and prominent speakers of their own field. One has joined us online. He is joining us from Singapore, from the Rajaratnam School of International Security, and the rest of the three panelists, they are over here. Without any delaying or taking your time, because we are already short of 31 minutes, we presentations to 10 minutes so that we can have more time for question and answer and a discussion session later on. So the first speaker is Lieutenant General Khalid Rabbani, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, and he will be talking about military and paramilitary forces coordinated counter-terrorism operations. So far his profile is concerned, General Rabbani,
who say that we have brought this American war onto our land. Now that has to be understood. I am aware I was still there serving in the same place, Peshawar, when I know how many parleys took place between the government and, for that matter, army and our Afghan friends, asking them, begging them to control what all is happening. Didn't happen anything. Then how many parleys happened between us, that is army, and those tribal leaders who were keeping all those, I must say, the Arab and foreign fighters as trophies with them. They didn't agree. They say, no, sorry, we'll neither hand over, nor get them registered, nor will let you know where they are located, neither we will control their movement to and fro on the international border. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me know, is there a country from where people get out, hit the other place, come back, and when they say why they are doing it, and we say, no, we can't do anything. So we were told that either you control it, or then we will control it. And by we, I mean ISAF. What was the option? We never applied our forces across the border. We applied our forces within our own border. And let me tell you now, I'm here coming to the second point. Why we were not succeeding till about 2009-2010. The only reason was that army was reluctant to fight their own people in their own land. And that reluctance costed us hundreds and thousands of casualties. So we got those casualties on us, but we didn't fight, and we were not there to fight. We thought that things are going to be sorted out. And 18 agreements were done in this time. And in this, most of the time I was there. It happened right in front of me. And every agreement was flouted within the first 1 month, and that's all we used to be back. So the state tried its best to avoid this war, to convince the people to get to a side. Nobody agreed to it. And finally, the kinetic prong. And then the Swat incident, where a girl was beaten up by Taliban, changed the narrative to an extent that the nation came with its forces. And the moment the nation was at the back of the forces, we started succeeding. And in 2010 up to 2014, almost everything was over. Rest was running behind them, catching them, destroying them. But the major operations, 15 operations were launched, and umpteen number of small operations also, which finally resulted. Let me also tell you this thing. Kinetic approach is not the only approach through which you are going to be able to control it. It only provides, as you say, a small window, an opportunity to the nation to get up, fill that opportunity and do something. The Honorable Minister just said that from 2014 onwards, things were good. Yes, things were very good. From 2014 up to 2022, things were relatively very good. In the media, there are pictures and movies where people from Punjab and KPK and elsewhere had their Eids celebrated in Ladda and Razmak. So after all, they traveled through without any guard, without anything, day or night, everything was okay. Where did we go wrong? The developmental prong which the government of Pakistan should have taken over was not taken over. And not one government, I'm not criticizing anyone, all of them. I remember as Corps Commander how many promises they were made that what all we'll do. I really used to wonder that are we going to convert FATA into New York? What is about to happen? Go and have a look at FATA. It is there wherever it is. That is our fault, and that is the cardinal sin which we people have taken. It's not every time that you go and you start do the take the operations, take the people out and then sort them out. Sorry, that will not work. That will only work for a moment of time, and that moment of time has to be taken to develop that area, to make them understand. I wanted to ask the chair at that time, which isn't present at now, in these 6, 7 or 8 years, how many politicians have visited FATA, and why not? Is it not part of Pakistan? Okay, I leave it like that. And since I have been told to conclude now, so I just conclude saying that it is not winning a battle. It is winning a peace after the battle which is important, and we all should know it. We won the battle, we lost the peace. That is where we are wrong. One. And second is we have done a cardinal sin. And this is my opinion. I am sure many of you may not agree. There was no reason for us not to recognize Afghanistan as a state. They are there. It is a reality. We should have recognized. And we should not have seen towards other countries around that if they are not recognizing, they are far away. We are their next door neighbors. It affects us. While your embassy is there, while your embassy is there, their embassy is working here, why we are not recognizing them? This one thing would have given you a moral high ground where you would have negotiated things with Afghanistan, and probably they would also help you in what all is happening might not have been done the way it has been done now at the moment. Thank you. There are too many questions to be left, and I hope I will answer if you people ask at that time. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for ending your speech within the time allocated to you. Thank you very much. So, General Rabbani, he has talked about the regional development, particularly in the neighboring countries, which is the major cause, and it has direct impact on the rise of extremism and terrorism in Pakistan. And he has also explained that how the societal support to launch anti-terrorist drives or operations is very important. When the people of Pakistan, the society of Pakistan, it gave a go-ahead, then the state of Pakistan, it used the kinetic means to eradicate this menace from within the society. And the third important point that has been given by the speaker is that it's not only the kinetic means, but obviously the non-kinetic means, both are very important in order to have direct impact. So far, the eradication and elimination of terrorism and extremism is concerned in a society. Sir, thank you very much. Now, the second speaker of the session is Dr. Syed Kaleem Imam. He will be talking about civilian law enforcement agencies, urban counter-terrorism and crime prevention. Dr. Kaleem Imam is a former Inspector General of Police and the Federal Secretary Narcotics Control with over 33 years of experience. An expert in law enforcement and governance, he served as Pakistan's Police Commissioner for the UN African Union Mission in Darfur, and he holds multiple advanced degrees, including a PhD in politics and international relations. He has authored 2 influential books and continues to shape global policy as a consultant and academics. Sir, thank you. The floor is yours.
Presentation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, since students are here, I'll quickly run through the topic which has been given to me. I'll be talking about urban counter-terrorism and crime prevention, and the civilian role, of course. And I'm grateful to PES and Bahria University for organizing this important conference. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. They say we are living in a peaceful era. And the 2021 figure says there are 21 ongoing conflicts in this world. And that right at this moment in 2024, more than 40 conflicts are going on in the world. And they say it's a peaceful world. Imagine what was the world about almost 100 years ago. And the most prevalent forms of conflict today are the civil wars and the territorial disputes. And 80% of the world's current conflicts are in Asia and Africa. So urban terrorism is a major security challenge globally as well as in Pakistan. Police and CTD are the frontline defenders against the urban terrorism. And I'll try to explore the link between the urban terrorism and why is it happening, what measures have been taken, and what is the way forward that we can discuss today. Remember, at the heart of the battle against terrorism, you're just not fighting with the weapons. You need intelligence, vigilance, and staunch commitment. Like they say, you need will, diligence, and dedication to actually combat terrorism, radicalization, and violence. So if we see about so what is an urban terrorism? For the youth, it's very important to understand it's like violent acts by individual, by state, non-state actors, by groups, and they want to create fear, they want to destabilize, they bring collateral damage. And how do they do it? They attack, armed assault, assassination, hostage situation, and in the modern time, the cyber attacks. So in urban areas, there's a big complexity. The urban setting provides obscurity, easy movement, and there's a high impact targets making detection and prevention difficult. So it becomes difficult to police in the built up area. And if we see what has happened globally in the respect of urban terrorism, 9/11 is an example where we saw 3,000 people lost their lives and the global war on terror started, and we see major policy shift all over the world. In Pakistan, it was the army public school attack, a national grief that we see that for the first time we start taking the terrorism very seriously, and we came up with the national action plan. The impact and loss. What is the impact and loss of terrorism? Human casualties, economic disruption, increased public spending on security, socio-political instability. So we go through a lot of challenge. There's a psychological impact, strain on public resources, and counter-terrorism policies affect civil liberties mostly and at many times. This is where we stand today because of the situation that we see, fighting against terrorism, radicalization, violent extremism. As we fight, we fail, we succeed. We are 85 out of 144 countries in the safety and crime index, and you can see we are 164 out of 186 countries in the Human Development Index. So we need to work on that. What are some of the measures which have been taken globally? The intelligence sharing has improved, the coordination has improved, the global networks collaborate to exchange real-time intelligence. We also see advanced surveillance and technology. We also see the legislation and security mechanism coming up in the world, community engagement, de-radicalization, cyber monitoring throughout the world now. In Pakistan, we see National Action Plan, National Internal Security Policy, National Security Policy. We haven't come up with the latest one, which they say is being drafted. We saw military operations, and these were some of the military operations which we took over the years, in last 22 years. And so Zarbul Azab and Radul Fasad was across Pakistan. So what are some of the measures that Pakistan took? Intelligence-based operations, thousands of them have been carried. And a lot of police officers and armed forces people have been martyred and maimed in the process. They have strengthened the law enforcement and counter-terrorism laws. They came up with NECTA, established NECTA. But there are still some gaps and challenges, and we need to address them, and maybe this conference can help us in resolving those There's a lack of sustained intelligence coordination between the agencies and CTD and police, which leads to missed opportunities in preventing urban terrorism. We also see extraneous interference. Everyone meddles in the police working, and they hardly get operational autonomy. Security of tenure is an issue. Independence of police working is one of the biggest challenges, weakening their effectiveness. We also see there's an inadequate resources and training. We also see there's a lack of new technology which is supposed to be adopted. We also then see the resurgence of military in the border areas as a result. These are some of the challenges. The reasons for recent upsurge. Why do we see so many terrorism attacks taking place recently? Well, the resurgence is primarily the return of power in Afghanistan. The TTP has emboldened them. Then we see the porous borders, especially along Afghanistan and Iran, allow militants and insurgents to enter and exit. That is a challenge for us. We also see political instability, and we are going nowhere. There is no settlement. If there is no political stability, you can hardly fight the war against terrorism. Then we see inconsistent counter-terrorism efforts. There's a policy of appeasement, there's a policy of self-denial, there's a policy of just hushing up, there's a policy of good Taliban and bad Taliban, good criminals and bad criminals. And we also see economic disparities and the youth unemployment. That is another factor as a result of which we see surge in terrorism. And some of the root causes we all know, which has been discussed, and I'm sure we are going to go through. We have some external factors which we have seen over the years, and the internal factors over here. And all these actually are the root cause of what we are seeing today. And it has resulted in a lack of proper amenities and serves as a push and pull factors for terrorism. Like I said, the appeasement, denial, selective policing. We just don't go away with the selective policing. Preserving monster, allowing him to become a Frankenstein monster. And the artificial leadership that we create hardly gets an ingress and to do community policing. So this is a component that we must actually pay emphasis, And you'll see that in the context of police, how many cases we are registering, almost 10 lakh cases. We have 2,000 police stations. There's under-reporting, non-reporting. At times, cases are not registered. At the level of judiciary, there are 4,100 sanctions judges appointments, but only 3,100 are working, so we are shortfall by 25. There are 116 prisons in Pakistan, and the capacity is 55,000. 83,000 people are living in it, so there's an overcapacity of 152% people are living in the prisons. And sadly, 55% of the prisoners are under trial prisoners. So all this adds to the agony. I've been given a chit, so I will just run through. But law enforcement and the security has shown resilience. We have seen that people have fought back. Resilience means कि to come back, वापस आना. हमने देखा किस तरह law enforcement और फौजी इदारों ने काम किया और वापस खड़े हुए हैं और regain किए ground. So almost 7,800 police officers have died, which include officers from the rank of IG to constable, and which include female police officers. Here are some of the achievements. There's slight reduction. Some groups have been dismantled. There's an enhanced surveillance. And we see that some engagement has improved. Coordination with international counter-terrorism bodies have improved. But again, we have a challenge. So what is my suggestion basically? For the urban policing tactics, I suggest, as I overviewed what has been done in some other countries, the intelligence-led policing needs to take a lead. Then the community policing should be our second pinnacle. We have to involve community. We have to use technology. We still don't have safe cities in the larger areas. We are short of cameras. We are short of latest technology, which is available in the market, but we are not making best use out of them. We also see we need to do hotspot policing, which is important. We need to ensure cyber policing. The way forward is we need technology integration, we need operational autonomy, but we need ethical governance. State has to be ethical. State and all its institutions have to be ethical. They need to follow the due process. If they follow the due process, there's an element of trust. It can build relationship. And we had to sustain the counter-terrorism effort. We must enhance the capacity of law enforcement agencies to build public trust, adoption of modern technology. At the same time, I keep on emphasizing, must prioritize integrity. The law enforcement agencies and all other agencies must prioritize integrity, transparency to ensure ethical governance and adherence to the rule of law and apolitical policing. Law for everybody. So the strength doesn't just lie in forces, it lies in the trust between people and those who protect them, ensuring peace on the streets. So these are my 2 books, and it will help you further understand how to counter about terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for an insightful discussion. No problem. I request all the students to please maintain the decorum, because you won't find such kind of eminent speakers time and again. You have to get benefit out of them. So, Dr. Kaleem Imam, he has talked about a few very important things, because he is also a researcher, and I'm sure all these findings are based on his field experience as well as his empirical research which he has done. Obviously, sir, you have rightly pointed out that the major objective of terrorists is to terrorize the non-combatants, the society, those people who are just like general public. So just to, terrorize them and spread fear among them is the most important objective of the terrorist. You have rightly pointed out, sir, that whenever there are counter-terrorist strategies and policies which are made by the state or the government, they also have to, society has to compromise on few of the civil liberties which have been provided to them by the Constitution of Pakistan. And there's no doubt that law enforcement agencies of Pakistan, whether it's the military or paramilitary forces or police, they have sacrificed thousands of lives in this fight against terrorism in Pakistan. And when you talk about the different policies, and particularly the policies related to policing, it's very important that you have talked about the intelligence sharing-led policies, and the community policing is obviously, this is one of the effective tool where we can have a kind of a check onto the extremist and terrorist activities, cyber policing, etc. Sir, thank you very much. Now the third speaker of this session is Dr. Muhammad Fayaz, who is going to speak about judicial, legal and governance framework, strengthening the rule of law. Dr. Fayaz is currently serving as Dean of Law School at Bahria University, Islamabad. He's a very nice colleague to us as well. And he specializes in criminology, human rights law and research methodology. He has a PhD degree from the University of Central Lancashire, UK, and LLM degrees from Warwick and Manchester. His research focuses on human rights, criminal justice, and international law. As Dean, he leads policy and development initiatives at the School of Law. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. DG Islamabad campus, Rear Admiral Zakaur Rahman, Hilal Imtiaz Military, Major General Saad Khatak Saab, diplomats, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu Alaikum. I request the IT to display my slides, please. Basically, I'm going to talk about the anti-terror legislation in Pakistan and how to integrate the rule of law in the anti-terror legislation. So I'm just waiting for my slides to come up. Kindly, wo slides thode se laga dein, please. All right. I was listening to the welcome address of the. All right, I think they have displayed that. So. Okay, so we will be able to understand what are the different approaches to counter terrorism and how to reinforce the rule of law in the counter terror legislation, and then the significance of the criminal justice system in the country. It's not moving forward, I don't know. Can you, how do you do this? All right, I'm really sorry, it's just a little bit technical problem. We are going to address this shortly. All right. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so, all right, so I start from this scenario. It is called the ticking bomb scenario. You have captured someone who is involved in the bomb plot, and he is the only source of information. The person doesn't talk, and there are innocent people there who are going to die. Should we torture or should we not torture the person? This is a very difficult question to answer. And that's why it has basically led to this kinetic responses and non-kinetic responses. So, the two approaches, conservative, I call that because in academia they call them conservative approaches and liberal approaches. In the context of Pakistan, it's kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. Michael Ignatieff, he has got the answer to the ticking bomb scenario. And he's saying either we fight evil with evil or we succumb to death. In his eyes, terrorism is a greater evil. Doing torture is a lesser evil. So what he proposes is torture as a medicine to cure terrorism. It's a conservative approach. For the civil libertarians, I know it's very hard to allow torture because there is a total prohibition of torture. But these are the conservative approaches, necessity, last resort, and then reaching out to the public to justify our actions. And moving forward, there are more approaches. The pragmatism of Richard Posner, a Supreme Court judge in the US, he has come up with this pragmatic approach, the practical approach. Though he is a judge, but he sounds very much like a security. And he criticizes judges of interfering in the security matters. And he's saying judges have scant or very little knowledge about security. So better they should keep themselves off the security paradigm. Executives are the right person to respond to this. And president or head of the state should provide ex post
recording in progress
pardon to the persons who have committed, who have basically countered terrorism. All right, this is the pragmatic approach. The emergency powers of Tushnet, like more and more emergency powers, should be given to the executives to respond to terrorism. The information is displayed. I'm short of time. I'm going to go quickly through my slides. The emergency constitution, Bruce Ackerman. Bruce Ackerman is basically suggesting a separate constitution. We have a normal constitution and we should also have a separate emergency constitution. And this is how basically he has proposed how we have to tackle terrorism, reassuring the public that we have an emergency constitution. Now, to sum up the conservative approaches or the kinetic approaches, this is how it is. Terrorists are considered as the mad monsters. Eliminate them. Use disproportionate force. Enact anti-terror laws. And they will always go with a war paradigm, that terrorism is a war, or it's the condition of war. We must engage our military, the most powerful forces in the country, to fight against terrorism. That's their overall understanding. Now, moving forward to the liberal approaches or to the non-kinetic approaches of terrorism, David Luban is a liberalist. And David Laban has presented his 8 fallacies. Basically, this agenda of the kinetic or the conservative paradigm is based on fallacies, false assumptions, fear. Ticking bomb scenario is false. It's a Hollywood production. You know, in one of the movies, those who have seen that movie, rights are powers, just as executives have the powers. Rights are not just promises, it's very concrete. And liberty and security are hard to be balanced because both are abstractions. So we cannot quantify that. And then anti-terror laws must be based on journal cases, not on any single special case. Now, moving forward, the 6 paradoxes of Lucia Zedner. She's a professor in the UK, and she is saying there's too much security, too much CCTV cameras, too much monitoring and supervision. Security promises reassurance, but in fact, it creates or increases our anxiety. It's part of the problem. Security promotes social seclusion, apartheid. Security divides us into we and they, we being the civilized, they being the terrorists. I'm sorry, I'm getting reminders. Rightization model of the Beheld. Again, rights are very powerful. We must integrate our rights in our anti-terror legislation. I have to be quick. Liberal security, another approach to terrorism. And using human rights as yardstick, human security, and liberal security focusing on the protection of the total system, no seclusion. It's a total system, the protection of the human rights for everybody, including minorities, and even human rights of the terrorists. Now, constitutionalism of Clive Walker, again, a very key author from the UK. He has written extensively on counterterrorism, and he proposing the idea of fundamental rights. So we must do the audit, which human rights are absolutes and which human rights are non-absolute. So we can only sacrifice non-absolute human rights. We should not touch or sacrifice absolute human rights. For example, right against torture is the only human right which is absolute. So he would say always no to the ticking bomb scenario, because, and constitutional governance, of course, and then accountability. I need to wrap it up quickly. And then to sum up the liberal approaches, basically they denounce the war paradigm of terrorism. Terrorism is not a war. They say it's a crime. It's an aggravated form of violence. Let the military be out of this. Let the criminal justice system be strengthened, and let them approach and struggle against terrorism. It's not fight against terrorism, it's a struggle against terrorism. So we need to revise our terminologies. I'm not saying this is basically what the liberal paradigms and proponents they are saying, and they are very prominent scholars in the West and around the globe. Now coming to how to reflect the rule of law in the anti-terror legislation of the country. It sounds like Pashtun, Balochi, or maybe, it's mere suspicion. We should always go with the reasonable suspicion. A reasonable suspicion is the law enforcement agencies are more than 80% sure that once they have made the arrest, it is going to ultimately lead to a successful prosecution. Now, 90-day pre-charge detention is too much in the anti-terror laws of Pakistan. 90 days a person has not been charged, away from the family, it's quite difficult. Other jurisdictions have 2 to 5 days. This needs to be looked into. And then there are other measures. Introduce internal police review mechanism, there should be a review officers to review the actions of the investigating officer and the custody officer, because torture needs space and torture needs time. So we need to bear with that, we need to minimize that. Use of oppressive questions to compel confession must be forbidden. Oppressive questions are, we know what oppressive questions are. I'm not going to go into the depth of that. Provide 1 hour break for lunch. There is no provision in the anti-terror laws of Pakistan. 2 main meals must be provided to the terror detainees. Stop interrogating during night time because it's not humane. All police interviews must be recorded, nothing off the record. And provide complete 8 hours rest to terror suspects. And short breaks for toilet also be allowed. There are, I know Adam Sood Saab is looking at me, but there are, a terror suspect should not be asked to stand up during interrogation sessions. This is the liberal paradigm. This is what the human rights is talking about. They must be seated. Human dignity is involved. The room must be lit, ventilated, and be maintained at a right temperature. Ensure the total prohibition of torture is there. Access to the outside world is extremely important. Incommunicado detention is arbitrary. Access to legal counsels, doctors, family, friends, religious and parliamentary leaders must be provided. Brief outdoor exercise must be allowed. Materials for reading and or prayer breaks must be allowed. A fair trial rights must be ensured. Prompt production before the court, and reasons must be conveyed to the terror detainees. Sometimes they don't know what are the charges. Promptly charge and then prevent trial by a faceless judge when they even don't know who has given the verdict. That is called a judgment made by the faceless judge. And the conclusion it's not a fight, it's not a one-time business, it's a resilience. And that resilience comes from the criminal justice system. So it's a struggle against terrorism, and we should not call it counter-terror or anti-terror. It's a struggle against terrorism. That's what the liberal paradigm is saying. Thanks very much indeed.
Sir, thank you very much. Indeed, as an academician and a researcher, I would say that it was a very well researched and scholarly debate about the approaches to counter-terrorism. Dr. Fayaz has rightly pointed out major 2 approaches, conservative and the liberal approach, in order to combat terrorism, and very good recommendations as well. So we are going towards the last speaker of the session, who is Mr. Abdul Basit. Mr. Abdul Basit, I hope you are with us online.
Yeah, I am. Can you all hear me clearly?
Thank you very much. Mr. Abdul Basit would be talking about international best practices in joint military and paramilitary counter-terrorism operations. So far his brief bio is concerned, he is a senior associate fellow at the School of S. Rajaratnam School of International Security, if I'm not wrong, at the Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, where he is heading the South Asian desk, and his research focuses on insurgent, militant and religious movements in South Asia. With extensive knowledge of regional security dynamics, Mr. Basit is a key voice in analyzing and promoting international counter-terrorism cooperation. Sir, we are sorry that we have kept you on hold for a long period of time, but obviously you are a very good friend of us and you can understand the situation. Sir, thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum everyone. Respected chair, distinguished speakers, participants, organizers of this event. It is my honor and a proud privilege to speak to you on this topic of international best practices in joint military and paramilitary counterterrorism operations. By training, I am an academic, but I have been given a topic which is for practitioners, but I'll try to reflect on it, literally look at the topic, and the time it's literally like boiling the entire ocean in 10 minutes, but I'll try. One thing is quite clear, counterterrorism as an international priority has lost its significance. Following the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, you look at the top priority list, it's a tier 6, tier 7 priority. You look at various documents coming out of the US, counterterrorism is clubbed together with, cyber crimes, threat of misinformation, disinformation, climate change, and others. So it's pretty much in the other category. So that means that funding for counterterrorism, not only for operations, but also for research has declined because the era of war on terror has been replaced with the great power competition which is going on between West, US, with China and resurgent Russia. That's where the priority is. But nevertheless, terrorism persists. In some parts of the world, rather than declining, terrorism has become worse. Case in point is Pakistan, where since the Taliban's return for various internal, external reasons, good and bad decisions, change of circumstances, terrorism has resurged. So clearly the threat of terrorism hasn't gone away. In fact, it has persisted. Now, if you look at how countries or the international community is dealing with the threat of terrorism, I think the landscape has significantly evolved. There are new forms of violence. There are new trends emerging. Group dynamics have been, in a way, changed by individual dynamics. There was group-centric radicalization, which now has become more individualistic, particularly in the West. Honorable Minister, in his opening address, referred to it, what is known as lone actor terrorism. So clearly, the landscape has changed. Now, if you look at counterterrorism, or you look at the definition of what is terrorism, one from a practitioner's point of view is it is an intelligence failure. So the key word is intelligence. As I said, there is no silver bullet here. There is no template that gives you these are the best practices when it comes to kinetic domain, which is paramilitary and military domain of countering terrorism. Military and paramilitary components of power are used when you have to blunt the sharp edge of terrorism. When you are faced with situations like currently we have in Pakistan, where clearly some areas the government is struggling to maintain its writ, that is where the military has to come in. It has to restore the physical control and create an environment where political forces then have to, manipulate that edge that is given to them by the military and paramilitary forces to usher in the era of development, to provide social justice and other key components so that the problems are addressed holistically. So kinetic forces are just one part of it. Nevertheless, the way the threat currently is and the way it is evolving and the way international priorities have changed, you look at the threat and the way it was dealt with back in the day, there was an address for terrorists. You knew, for instance, in Pakistan, they were, to start with, it was all headquartered in Wana, right? Or FATA. Then it expanded. So whenever something happened, the practitioners, the law enforcers, the security institution know where to go, where to look for them. Now they don't have an address. It has become diffused. So while the intensity of terrorism in different parts of the world has declined, we don't expect they say the era of terror spectacular is over, which is like 9/11 like attacks are not going to take place anymore. they can achieve the same strategic advantage through lone actor terrorism. So you look at back in the day, what people were talking about is how to get various security institutions to come together to cooperate. And then it expanded the cooperation from government institution to cooperation between different governments at the regional level, at the international level. Now you have to include these tech companies and social media companies into that equation as well, because cooperation between government and their institution is not enough. You have to incorporate social media companies because a lot of radicalization, communication, recruitment, financing is taking place in the cyber domain. So you have to bring social media companies, big tech companies like Meta, TikTok, others into the equation, and that is you have to forge the template which will deliver you. So I think the first key component is intelligence. Intelligence acts as the eyes. So if you have accurate, actionable intelligence, you are, in a good spot to preempt terrorist attack cycle, and you can stop it. The information is the key. Current two examples are, one, the Moscow attack by SKP, the other is the attack in Kerman in Iran. On both occasions, the US, warned Iran, warned Russia, there was something was going to happen. They never took it seriously. The attack took place. But the intelligence was there, it was provided, but it was not actionable in a way, or they did not take it seriously. That's a different debate. So I'm just trying to highlight the importance of intelligence. So intelligence sharing is the key, not only between the government institutions, but, at the regional level between different regional states as well. And I think since the US has withdrawn now, regional organizations have an important role to play. They have to come up with the paradigm where they have to find mechanisms and forge those platforms where intelligence is shared between different countries which are facing common threats. And terrorism is a transnational threat. It has no boundaries. So international cooperation through regional mechanisms or institution is a key component. And to achieve that, I think there have to be fusion centers. Fusion centers will bring people together where they are able to, collate information, process it, share it with each other. Joint trainings become very, very important. That is how people will get to know what the terrain is like, how these groups think, what kind of threats they are posing. For instance, in Pakistan, there is a significant threat to Chinese interests and workers, not only from Baloch separatists, but also from these religiously inspired militant groups, be it TTP or ISKP. Now, China has an interest. They will try to understand what the landscape is, and they will try to help Pakistan wherever the gaps are. So, again, just pointing out how threat in one country or groups in one country are threatening the interest of the other country. So it has to be a joint approach. So what we have seen since the war on terror, that era is over. Drones, special forces operation based on intelligence, as well as tracking them online. These have become very, very important components in countering terrorism. But all they achieve is decapitations, which is killing of the leadership, downgrading the groups, spotting where they are living, and then try to, blunt them, try to stop their finances, and then deal with the physical threat in a more pragmatic manner. But nevertheless, terrorism persists. You look at Africa, you look at parts of Asia, not only that threat has survived, but it has increased monumentally. But the Western priorities, the US priorities have clearly moved in a different directions. So then the countries which were part of this so-called war on terror are now struggling. So what they have to do, I think they have to come up with their own indigenous models. They have to share knowledge with their neighboring countries, which equally face the threat emanating from one haven or sanctuary, but it threatens their security as well. So they have to come up with their own models, how to deal with them cost effectively in an indigenous manner. And listening to the presentation this morning, trying to think from a practitioner's point of view, it reminded me of what Mark Sageman said, that at times, I'm going to conclude in about a minute. Mark Sageman said that sometimes it is helpful not to over-intellectualize terrorism. So as I said, there is no silver bullet or a template to achieve success. Whatever works in a particular context, in a particular environment against a group is what is a good practice, good best practice. So I think Zarbe has really worked well, but what did not work well was the non-kinetic component of it. General Rabbani referred to it that we did well, but we went wrong somewhere. Why politicians haven't visited FATA, why the political process did not match the kinetic process. So I think we have to find that balance. Azme Istekam is a good start, where the focus has been more on non-kinetic, so it's a more holistic approach. So I think that is what is a good practice, that you continue. So your templates have to be, agile, adaptable, flexible. You have to understand how the threat is evolving, and it evolves at a very, very rapid pace. It continues to mutate into new forms. A lot of it is in cyberspace. So social media companies have to be your partner. Civil society, think tanks have to be your partner. Law enforcement agencies through fusion centers, intelligence sharing have to be the eyes of what is going on and developing. And if you have a good understanding of how the threat looks like, you are in a good place to then find what strategies are going to work in your context. I'll stop here. Happy to take questions and provide answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Basit, for joining us online from Singapore. He has rightly pointed out that the global war on terrorism, it has been replaced by the great power competition within the region. And as a student of international relations, we know that the structure, whether it's the regional structure, regional political structure, or the international political structure, it has direct, deep impacts on the foreign policy outcomes of the countries. And we see that the great power competition, it has certain negative impacts on the region as well. You have rightly pointed out, sir, it's not only Pakistan that has been affected and hit by the terrorism and extremism, but it's the whole region actually which has to face the consequences. And it is the dire need of the time, not only to have an institutional coordination within Pakistan, but obviously within the regional states in order to combat extremism and terrorism. And more importantly, we know that today's era is the era of globalization, where we see that the contacts at the social level, they have been intensified through the use of social media. Therefore, cybersecurity is also very important, where the general public, particularly the youth of our country at least, they should know what is right and what is wrong. Thank you very much. So we are heading towards the question and answer session, since we are already 27 minutes beyond the time. But I would request the participants to introduce themselves and to ask direct question instead of commenting. Direct question and name of the person from whom the question is addressed. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Faratullah Babar, a former senator. I wish to compliment all the distinguished panelists for very brilliant presentations. I have a comment, and in that comment there is a question which any one of the distinguished panelists may like to answer. My comment is that when we talk of militancy and war against militancy, we make one fundamental, and that presumption is that the state really wants to fight the militants. Is that presumption correct or not? I don't wish to sound in a way as if I am undermining the huge sacrifices made by the security establishment, by the police, by the law enforcing agencies, and above all, by the innocent civilians also. But in spite of having made all these sacrifices, there is a serpent of doubt which bites the soul. And that serpent of doubt, sir, is, and my question would be particularly directed to General Rabbani Saab, and in fact any distinguished panelists can answer. And the serpent of doubt which is biting my soul is that the state really does not want to fight the militants. And when I ask this question, I do so because, and General Saab is sitting here, all the major militants in the early stages of the war on terror, whether it was Naik Muhammad, whether it was Baitullah Masood, whether it was Hakimullah Masood, or whether it was any one of the 13 big militants, they were not taken out by our security establishment. They were taken out by the US drone strikes. And when I express my reservation, I do because in 2008, the Mumbai attack happened. And our own FIA concluded that the militants trained in Pakistan were involved. Yet, 16 years have passed, nothing has happened to take action against those militants. And my question arises because there is a well-known militant, Maulana Masood Azhar. The United Nations wanted to impose sanctions, and we went to China to rescue him from the United Nations action. Why? Why were we protecting? And I ask this question because Ehsanullah Ehsan fled from a very high security prison. How could he flee from that prison? So when I'm asking these questions, because honestly I tell you that there is a serpent of doubt that bites the soul, and I would like to have an answer from any one of them. And Sir General Saab, you made a very reference to the politicians and to the members of political parties, and pointedly you said that none of them visited FATA. And equally pointedly, sir, I will point out to you that there were parliamentarians, and one of them is standing in front of you, who tried to go. Sir, who tried to go. I say, sir, you have pointed to the political parties and parliamentarians, and you said that no one politician and no political party went to FATA. You may be right, but permit me to say, sir, that there is a parliamentary committee of which I also was a member. We wanted to go to FATA, not for anything else, but to visit the internment centers where people have been hauled up without due process. We wanted to visit that. We were told, no, the security situation is pretty bad. We were not allowed. Perhaps I was expected to go to FATA and sing the patriotic song that Ye Ghazi, Ye Tere Purisrar Bande. That is something that I would not have done. That is something, General Saab, that we would not have done. But they wanted to visit, as a politician, when I wanted to visit FATA, your security establishment stopped me. And when I wanted to visit as a member of the Human Rights Commission of Pakistan, I was stopped at the border. So, sir, there are many things that we need to talk about frankly. And I want to compliment the PICSS for arranging this dialogue face to face, eyeball to eyeball, and nose to nose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very long comment and certain loaded questions. If I forget anyone, I would ask my colleagues to remind that I have not answered one, because there are, I think, 20 or 25 questions in your comment. First of all, let me tell you, sir, any state in the world, there's no state who would like to keep terrorists as for some other purpose. We fought terrorism, and we fought all out. And this is for 11 long years that you are committed there. Now my comment, I'm coming to the comment which you are mentioning. You are talking of internment centers which are outside FATA and not within FATA. I am talking while people are going and even visiting Razmak people having their Eid celebrated. I am talking of people from Punjab. I am talking of people from KPK. If they are going there unguarded, why our leaders do not go there? Why they are not showing their flag there? This entire area, erstwhile FATA, is going to cool down if we divide it into political parties. When people start airing out their what all heartburns they have through political parties, rather than joining together and saying we are this side and you are that side. When that happens, that is a sorry affair. That was my point, that while so much opportunity was given even before, I know it for myself, not a single politician whom I know ever visited those people, sat with them, asked them what are their problems, and then they should have
Recording
come to
stopped.
government. And then they should have come to government that you people are not doing correct. These are the issues which they have. This is one. Secondly, I exactly agree with you. There are no bad or good Taliban which you are indicating. They are only one, and they have to be dealt accordingly. But kinetic approach will not work. Sorry, sir. We have the entire nation has given a lot of qurbanis, and finally we are again back there. Why? We are back there because of our policies, whomsoever he was or whomsoever he is. Bad policies brought them back here. One, we had a good 8 to 9 years of a relatively cool period. We didn't utilize it. I know it, that while government of Pakistan was promising me that don't bother, this is what we are going to do in 11 Corps, or for that matter the erstwhile FATA. Sorry, nothing happened. So it's not that you go there, beat them and don't give them anything. They have their own issues. The issues have to be addressed, and that cannot be addressed by any military force. That has to be addressed by the politicians, and I'm sorry to say politicians do not go and work there the way they should have done it. Any other thing? Yes.
Respected Hashmi Saab, Faryad Hashmi Saab, senior politician and senator of Pakistan. Sorry, Faratullah Saab, I'm extremely sorry. You have asked very pertinent question. Basically, you have referred to that ticking bomb scenario, presumptions, the paradoxes. Thomas Hobbes had no brother. He was born accompanied by a brother called fear. Thomas Hobbes was the only son of their parents. He was born with fear. And you talked about the presumptions, and the conservative paradigm is basically premised on fear, kinetic approaches, we and they, social seclusion. So you are very right. Basically, we all talk about the war on terror, but how many of us are aware that there is also war of terror? There is also a notion called the war of terror. So one is war on terror, the other one is war of terror. War of terror is basically the retaliation. So we need to be very much careful about the humiliation and retaliation nexus. We need to understand our cultural sensitivities. And the criminal justice system, prosecute, fight terrorism or struggle against terrorism with our values, with resilience, with human rights, with the democratic responses and the rule of law responses. Thank you.
Farhad Saab, that was a very pertinent question, and I have tried to answer some of them in my slides over here. First of all, as a panelist over here and all of us over here, we are not here to defend anyone. And I think this entire session is for us to learn a few lessons and to move ahead. And I totally agree that I have served in police department for 34 years, and there would be so many stories that I can narrate where I felt low, sink, and I think it was bad decisions. I totally agree that yes, there have been instances where states have been making mistakes, And I always believe that there needs to be a truth and reconciliation. And if we accept we have done something wrong, only then we can move forward. For example, in this very town, we see Maulana Aziz over here in the Lal Masjid. He killed 14 army officers. He killed one of my own friend, Harun, and he is still on the road and nothing has been done against him. So I agree with what you are saying. Secondly, the answer to all these questions, or the way we should look at it, is that state, its institutions, which is police and others, all have to work ethically. All have to work under an ambit of law. The law applies to them also. They have to show a due process. They have to do away with the extrajudicial measures. They have to do away with the extrajudicial things to do. Ahsan Ghani Sahab is here and we keep on discussing. Because of one law enforcer, we saw a moment coming up in Sindh which was PTM. Because of another law enforcer, we saw a moment coming in Balochistan which was Baloch Yagjati moment. And I'm so sorry that because of the extrajudicial killing, this is what happened. So then people respond to you. State has to be ethical. State has to show its due process. State can't be angry. State can't say that we will sort you out. State can only say we will enforce rule of law. We'll take you to the court and the court will decide. So strengthen your criminal justice system, strengthen your prosecution. It's time we do retreat, we do introspection, and we come out with lessons learned, and so we move forward. But if we keep on moving around, we know how to tackle terrorism. We know that we need to do a lot of kinetic things, but we haven't done that. We are not interested in doing that. We are interested in kinetic actions, and that is going to take us nowhere. And we need to understand that like there can be no badmash in any area if the SHO doesn't want. So there can't be any militant and non-state actor if the state doesn't want. So all these monsters ends up in becoming Frankenstein monster. I am from Karachi and I have seen how people over there turn into Frankenstein monster. So we need to ensure that we take action against these people and law should be enforced. And lastly, apolitical policing. Anyone who does crime, he must be sorted out. Irrespective, he belongs to a party, but certain family, certain area, he has a clout, whatever. You need to enforce law. You need to enforce law, apolitical policing, sort out all those who commit crimes.
Sir, thank you very much. We'll take the last question because we are far beyond our time, please.
Assalamu alaikum and hello. My name is Hania Iftikhar and my question is for Mr. Fayaz. Sir, what is your expertise on the socio-legal approach for making standard legal definition of terrorism in Pakistan so it can eradicate the loopholes in the counter-terrorism efforts by Pakistan as a country by non-kinetic and kinetic forces both? Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. The notion of terrorism is very tricky and it's very hard to provide the all-encompassing definition. Each and every state is defining terrorism from their local context. And the reason why it's difficult is your terrorist is my freedom fighter. And it's natural. We fight for our lands. We fight for our rights. Animals fight. We do fight. Fight is natural. So if that dichotomy is there, your terrorist is my freedom fighter, and that thing is inherent. So this notion of terror and terrorism in itself has been politicized too much. It has been politicized at a national level, regional level, and then at international level. And this is how our important organizations have been politicized as well. The politics of terrorism and the politics for terrorism. Using terrorism as an instrument to dominate the weaker democracies to dominate the weaker people in the country, using this as an instrument to usurp the basic rights. So this is quite tricky, and all-encompassing definition is quite difficult, and which is why terrorism has not been included in the Rome Statute, because there were so many debates going on there. So the definition is very difficult, but a definition has been provided in the Terrorism Act 1997. It's there, but still, it's not all-encompassing. It's not addressing the root causes which are supposed to be addressed. I'm sure I have answered your question.
So thank you very much. Please, no cross question. You can ask questions after this session to Dr. Fayaz, because the organizers, they have already strictly told me to end this session. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, because we started our inaugural session 35 minutes late because of the late arrival of the chief guest. But all the speakers, they would be available to all of you. You can have one-on-one discussion with them. I thank you very much, everybody.
Now I would like to invite Major General Muhammad Saad Khattak to join Professor Dr. Adam Saud on the stage to present souvenirs to the speakers of session 2 and have a group photo as well.
If we could please have Lieutenant General Khalid Rabbani on the stage for the souvenir.
Second one. Dr. Syed Kaleem Imam, former Federal Secretary, IGP. Dr. Muhammad Fayaz, Dean Law School, Bahria University, Islamabad campus.
Since Mr. Abdul Basit joined us online, we will not be able to physically present him with the souvenir, but we are so grateful for his contribution. We're so grateful to the panelists for their pertinent discussion and to the attendees for listening with such intent and concentration. Before we begin session 2, we would like all the panelists to come to the front of the stage for a group photo. Thank you, sir. Sir, please group photo.
Group photo.
Yes.
Let them go down. Thank you so very much. Now we'll begin our session 2.
If everyone could please remain seated, I request all the attendees and the dignitaries, all the panelists to please remain on their seats. Had the program gone on according to schedule, we would have a short break right now, but since we're already late, we're just about to begin session 2. I know you're kind of hungry, students, please, but if you could please just sit down. We're going to give you guys lunch, it's fine. If the faculty and the ushers could please ensure that the students get back to their seats, we will begin session 2 now.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum everybody. All the students are requested to be seated. We are about to start the next session. Please be seated so that we can start it timely and we can end at the lunch time. Please.
Faculty members and ushers are requested to kindly make the participants settle down. You're not supposed to leave the hall because we are about to begin the second session.
I don't think the students are responding to kindness, so I'm just going to start session 2. I would ideally say welcome back, but here we all are. We're just about to start session 2 now, which is on the topic of non-kinetic approaches to counter-terrorism, the National Action Plan and beyond. The session will focus on how soft power strategies such as media, education, rehabilitation, and international cooperation can be effectively employed to counter terrorism. We will be discussing various aspects of de-radicalization, counter-extremism, and community engagement, as well as examples of successful bilateral cooperation.
We are honored to have with us Major General Muhammad Saad Khattak as the moderator for this important session. Major General Khattak is a highly respected military officer with a long and distinguished career in Pakistan Army. He has served in key operational and strategic roles, including as Pakistan's High Commissioner to Sri Lanka, where he played a pivotal role in strengthening bilateral relations between the two countries. Major General Khattak has a vast experience in counter-terrorism, diplomacy, and national security.
This session brings together experts who will share their perspectives on non-kinetic counter-terrorism strategies, including rehabilitation programs, the role of media and education, and lessons from international cooperation. Without any further ado, I would like to request our speakers for this session to join us on the stage. Mr. Ihsan Ghani, former head of NACTA.
Our second speaker is Major General Dr. Ghuram Kamal, retired, Project Director, Directorate General of Religious Education, MOE, Islamabad.
Mr. Ihsan Ghani, former head of NACTA. Sir, if you could please join us on the stage. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Daya Ratnaiki, former Army Chief, Sri Lanka.
Dr. Farah Nas, Sessional Academic Staff Member at University of Sydney and Macquarie University.
Both Dr. Farah Nas and General Daya will be joining us online for this session. Has he come?
Con again.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are getting into the second session, and I was just wondering that the confusion in fighting terrorism can be gauged from the fact that we had an academician moderating the first session, which was mostly related to the military and the paramilitary forces, and now an ex-military man being asked to moderate a session that has more to do with non-kinetic things. So that is on the one hand sort of a confusion, and on the other hand it is the importance of the jointness that all segments of national power has to be integrated to the extent that only then we can fight this menace of terrorism. So, having gotten to the second session of the conference, which is basically related to non-kinetic approach to counter-terrorism, the National Action Plan and beyond. We have four eminent speakers. Two of them are here with us and two of them are on the video link. The first speaker, Mr. Ehsan Ghani Saab, who has been the former National Coordinator of NECTA, National Counter-Terrorism Authority, an ex-police officer with the excellent record of service, had been IG KPK, and also had been the architect of the first national counter-terrorism, counter-extremism policy and revamping of the country's criminal justice system. He frequently lectures on the subject. I don't think we could find anybody else more suitable than him to talk to us on the subject of de-radicalization and rehabilitation program. So over to you, sir, for the talk on the de-radicalization and rehabilitation programs.
I can see from there. Assalamu alaikum. One of my Achilles heel is de-radicalization and rehabilitation. So if I do not answer your questions, I'm here to invite some questions. And the other, I'll promise to end my discourse in the allotted 10 minutes. I'll start with a quote from John Perkins, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And he says, admitting to a problem is the first step towards finding a solution, and confessing a sin is the first sign of redemption. So the first thing is we acknowledge that our society is radicalized. Only then can we find a solution for the problem. The first thing to understand is radicalization, a process by which an individual or group comes to adopt increasingly extreme political, social, or religious ideals and aspirations, rejecting or undermining the status quo. Now, who are radicals? And all terrorists are, all radicals are terrorists, or all terrorists are radicals. Radicalization and fundamentalism may not be violating the norms violently. Radicals necessarily do not go against the law, necessarily do not go against the law. However, when it becomes violent or forces their views on the society as a whole, that is when the problem comes. So this is a process. Ideological engagement, radicalization, and then there is a catalyst event that sparks, and the people become violent, extremist, or terrorist. There are as many reasons, as many push and pull factors for radicalization as there are for extremism, for terrorism. Could be lack of access to mainstream education, poverty, weak legal system, and non-performing political institutions. For extremism, there are over 100 definitions. This is the one that I have sort of brought together many years and come up with this. Absolute belief in one's truth, morals, radical in opinion, intolerant. Entrenched sense of self-righteousness. Entrenched sense of self-righteousness. And I'll quote Bertrand Russell here, who said, righteousness cannot be born till self-righteousness is dead. So judgmental attitude towards other people's beliefs, followed with intolerance, societal polarization, broad conclusions. Dismissive mindset exhibited through violence. And it will have social, political, economic objectives. And they always have a conspiratorial belief system. And they dwell in the past. The Roman Empire ended, and no one is saying it was because of conspiracy. The British Empire ended, and they did not blame the Americans for the end of their empire. Ottoman Empire ended in the same manner, but we still say that it was conspiracy against the Muslims. Okay. Radicalization programs. These are processes. These are not steps. And why I'm differentiating steps from processes is that you take a step and it ends there. You cannot end radicalization, extremism through steps. These will have to be processes, long term. These could be legislative measures, these could be policy formulations. So process designed to, or adopted by default, by some catalyst event. So prisoners, potential terrorists, convicted criminals, and farmers. So what happens? Abandonment of extreme views, disengagement from terrorism, rehabilitation back into the society. Transforming, there is so much research available on de-radicalization, on rehabilitation, reintegration. But that research has not been put into practice. Also, most of the de-radicalization programs, there is lack of transparency. There are generally no clearly defined, tangible objectives of these programs. Generally, and because of the fact they're not sustained, there have been quite a few in Pakistan programs, but they have not been sustained. So there is generally no monitoring, evaluation, and feedback. So these programs can be midway corrected. And all over the world, there are questions being asked if de-radicalization programs are really working, have they worked or not. As I said, it is a process. It's not magic. It's not a step that you take and it will happen. It is a long-term process. So complex, fluid, confusing, interconnected, but doable. Some countries have done it, promoting integration, reintegration, and reconciliation. There could be triggers. Just as there are triggers for radicalization, there are triggers for de-radicalization. Disengagement due to disillusionment, a viable de-rad program, influence of a former. When we formulated the National Counter-Extremism Policy Guidelines, fifth was rehabilitation, reintegration, and renunciation. The problem is they're mostly half-baked, some backed by the military, some by law enforcement. There is hardly any state-sponsored parliamentary intervention into de-radicalization. Thank you.
So thank you very much. That was Mr. Ehsan Ghani, who was, I think, who has very aptly covered the radicalization process, distinction between radicalists and terrorists, the factors responsible for radicalization, and also in the process he covered the de-radicalization programs, highlighting lack of sustainability and also not having enough of state support in the overall process while these were being executed by the law enforcement agencies. Next we have again an eminent speaker, an ex-military general, Page General Ghulam Qamar, who has, besides his illustrious military career, he is currently the DG of Madaris Reforms. He is a PhD on the role of Pakistan's education system in radicalization and de-radicalization. He is speaking to us on countering extremism through media, education, and civil society. So over to you, General Qamar.
Can somebody guide me? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rector, Bahria University, General Saad Khattak, my mentor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a soldier turned academic, so I'll be mindful of the time. This topic is very vast that has been given to me, countering extremism through media, education and society. I think it will be like eating soup with a knife, but I'll try to finish it in 10 minutes if you concentrate on the slides, which are very few in number, and prepared for the purpose. This is the sequence, as we are in the military always taught to give the sequence the time and an introduction and a conclusion. So that is the sequence I am going to follow. Okay. You have recently, by the previous speaker, known what radicalization is all about. So extremism, in my view, means going against the popular norms. It is on the spectrum, is something like this. You have fundamentalism going to radicalization, forming into an extremism, and then the extremism which is violent in nature, and it ends up at terrorism. This is how the spectrum goes in this. Very simple to understand. We are talking about the middle tier, that is the extremism. There could be a host of factors. These factors that I've highlighted in one slide could hold good for the entire world. Few of them with the varying effects and oscillating in their impacts. But you can concentrate on few, like institutional crisis, like cultural impacts, like social exclusion of few societies in our country, weak leadership, laws, geopolitical events as they are going right now would be definitely converting many people into extremist socio-economic issues which are ongoing in our country, and I think we all focus on that as well. Few are extremists just because of ignorance, lack of education, and ideological narratives. Yes, they are paramount and they do lead people from fundamentalism to extremism, and they might transit to terrorism, even not following the paradigm or the set pattern or the oscillating aspects of terrorism. Yes, there are few constant enablers like transnational linkages, so it's not a homegrown phenomena alone. You see what is happening today in Gaza, you see what is happening in Lebanon today, will be converting many fundamentalist minds into extremists and may be leading to terrorism, because these linkages not only affect common people but very well educated people with the heart and mind. Then there are certain organizations working which are proscribed organizations by the UN. They also operate all over the globe. So this phenomena has a linkage not only within Pakistan but outside Pakistan as well. Perceived global injustice. UN has so far not been able to effectively control extremism or terrorism. I think it has lost its role gradually, and we all witness to it even now. Situation in Kashmir, yes, it keeps boiling every day, and in occupied Kashmir, whenever there is an Indian act, there is a reaction within our country, and people do have a heart because Kashmir is very dear to us, so it does impact on the minds of the people who are really involved. Political polarization, you are witnessing it. I'll be very frank on this. Where we stand today, what is happening on the TV all the time, I'm sure the youth is very well aware of this factor. This also is harbinger of extremism in our country. Then our polarized education system. My PhD is on role of Pakistan's education system in radicalization and de-radicalization of society that I did from UK. And I found out that our polarized system actually does not provide equal opportunities to our youth. We have three main streams, that is public sector education, private sector education, and the least impacted is the madrasa education system, which I'm trying to reform now. Our students of madaris, which are thousands in number, do not get equal opportunities in the society. So what they do? They have various fields to operate. We become again Imam Masjid, an Arabic teacher in a school, or then if there is no option of employment in a competitive world of today, they pick up the guns and join the proscribed organizations. So this particular aspect of education is also creating fundamentalist we are, there is no problem. But what about climbing the other notches that you can well imagine? So here it is the context. This extremism is an interplay between political, economic, social factors which are internal in nature and do have linkages externally also. So it is internal and extrinsic factors which actually lead to extremism in the society. How to counter it? Very briefly, I'll go on to the next slide. Please concentrate on this. It's not one institution, one individual, one organization. It has to be whole of the nation approach. The entire nation has to focus on this menace. And what approaches, what elements can contribute diplomacy to deal with all the external factors that I have highlighted. deterrence, that is the law enforcement. These are the two arms which consistently will work in harmony. Then you have media, society, and the education, these three subjects that I will be talking about later. The end state that is envisioned is enduring stability in the country. So it is whole of a nation approach that we need to adopt to address extremism. Coming on to the media. Solanki Sahab is sitting here. I'm sure he is the most competent man to speak on the media. I am basically a journalist. I did a master's degree back in 2004 in journalism. But what is the role that media can actually contribute, actually play in addressing the extremism? It can educate the masses on extremism. It can project Paigam-e-Pakistan, which is a 21-point document signed by the intellectuals, by all ulamas, and majority of the civil society. Those 21 points talk of addressing radicalization, extremism, terrorism, etc., and projects the correct image of Pakistan. The media can expose extremist ideology, give a counter-narrative, promote a dialogue, give the factual reporting. It's not that all the time you create sensation, all the time you run for Geo first or Dunya first or so and so. It has to be an investigative journalism. You've got to be having correct reporting. Give the facts. And if you are, especially the youth sitting at the back benches, if you see the TV today from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, the prime time, most of you will become radicals. Most of you will become extremists. Because the polarized kind of coverage that you see on the national issues hardly is the mind which cannot be impacted. So the media can play a major role in molding the minds of the nation. I will focus on another menace which chief guest of today, he highlighted. The social media. Just a focus on that, these are all the issues which can address the social media. The family need to play a role in that. We need to promote creative art. There are law enforcement agencies which are working on some rules, regulations to address this. So you address social media with an even hand. Okay. Coming on to the education, we need curriculum reforms. In 2022, the National Curriculum Council has adopted single national curriculum, but still it needs a revision, and we need to enforce it in all the schools of Pakistan, irrespective of their class. We have to promote Seerah. This is month of Rabiul Awwal. I think if we follow the teachings of Islam, if we follow the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, probably radicalization, terrorism, etc., will never grow, because Islam is the religion of peace, and the Prophet ﷺ, he actually preached peace with his personal examples that we need to follow, and our education institutions, they need to contribute to this. The education institutions actually need to encourage healthy debate, critical thinking, focusing on the character education, ethics, what is right, what is wrong, and most important, inclusivity. 26 million children of this country are out of school today. Imagine, and literacy rate of the ladies, the female, is something around 38%. So even if in total, urban and rural, you have something like 76% it doesn't work where your half the nation is illiterate. So we need to focus on inclusivity factor as well. The civil society, it needs to work on this extremism collectively. We need to revive our culture that were very rich. Actually, I will focus on go to the 70s, 80s and see how your society was functioning. They were more homogeneous. There was no class competition as it exists today. So we have to create social harmony, engage the youth as much as you can. Reintegration reforms, those are turning extremists, embrace them. Be open to them. Motivate them on Pakistaniyat, motivate them on Islam. You will refine your society. We need to continue with the cultural activities and also social activities through NGOs so that national harmony is created. A very good program we see every now and then, Sindhi culture, that Sindhi topi and ajrak and all that. It collects the people. It takes away that venom that exists because of the political polarization or maybe economic polarization. So please do that. All right. I'll focus on the next slide. The role of family is very important. Let's not throw away everything on the government that government needs to do. Our families are not playing the role that it used to play in our society erstwhile. Pakistan is a country where family values are very strong as compared to the West. So we need to actually harness this potential of our culture, our family environment. The family needs to give the youth the guidance that it needs. Don't leave your children only to the school. You need to lead them to the right path from the beginning. Create recreational activities within the family, supporting those who are de-tracking themselves. Ideological makeup is required from the childhood. The mother's lap is the biggest institution which can teach. So start within your family, psychological grooming of your children. It's very important. So my request to all parents will be, putting the blame on the government is not enough. Please look at your own home. Create good Pakistanis, create good Muslims. If your children are well guided, this menace of radicalization, extremism from within the country would end. Lastly, it's not individual countries' effort. It has to be combined because it's a global phenomenon. It has a linkage. Only then you can succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Qamar. That was General Ghulam Qamar, who very aptly covered the role of media, education and civil society in countering extremism, covering the drivers, enablers, and of course in response he talked of the whole nation approach, the role of media, the role of education and education institutions, and the role of civil society. For the third lecture we have, presentation we have General Daya from Colombo on the line. He is talking to us on the bilateral counter-terrorism cooperation, a case study of Sri Lanka. I think one of the few countries who have comprehensively defeated terrorism on its soil, of course with the support of its friends, and there cannot be any other person more competent enough to talk of this segment, as he was himself in the field fighting counter-terrorism in Sri Lanka. So over to General Daya.
Aiboan, may you live long. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, conference chair, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset congratulate and thank General Inam and his team for organizing such a wonderful conference, an excellent, well-coordinated conference. I consider this is a great privilege, and I thank General Inam and his team for giving me this great opportunity to come in front of you. Today, I will be discussing a crucial issue, bilateral counter-terrorism cooperation using the case study of Sri Lanka and Pakistan. These two nations, despite facing distinct challenges, have developed a robust relationship to counter the growing threat of terrorism. I will explore how their collaboration has evolved, what strategies they have employed, and the lessons we can learn from their experience. To understand their cooperation, it's essential to look at the historical context of the both nations. Sri Lanka faced decades of insurgency from the liberation tigers of Tamil Eelam, known as LTT or Tamil Tigers, a conflict that officially ended in 2009. Pakistan, on the other hand, has been engaged in an ongoing battle against extremist groups, especially in the aftermath of the war in Afghanistan. Despite these unique challenges, both countries found common ground. Their shared experiences of dealing with insurgency, extremism, and international terror networks provided a platform for cooperation, both countries benefiting from shared intelligence, military expertise, and diplomatic support. Key areas of cooperation. Intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, comes first. Intelligence sharing. Sri Lanka and Pakistan have made significant strides in intelligence sharing. This exchange has played a crucial role in tracking down extremist groups, detecting terror financing, and curbing cross-border terrorism. Intelligence cooperations often require trust, and both nations have fostered this through diplomatic channels and military-to-military coordination. Military collaboration. Pakistan has provided critical military training and strategic advice to Sri Lankan forces during and after the Sri Lankan Civil War. Pakistan's expertise in counter-insurgency operations has proven valuable, especially as Sri Lanka dealt with the final stages of the war against the Tamil Tigers. Diplomatic and political support. On the diplomatic front, both countries have supported each other in international forums like the United Nations, advocating for stronger global counter-terrorism measures. They have highlighted the importance of addressing root cause such as poverty and radicalization, while ensuring military operations are accompanied by development initiatives. Challenges and lessons learned. While the cooperation between Sri Lanka and Pakistan has been fruitful, it hasn't been without challenges. Differences in the geopolitical landscape and the evolving nature of terrorism pose ongoing hurdles. However, their partnership demonstrates the importance of trust building, adaptability, and multifaceted approaches in counter-terrorism efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the lesson learned from their cooperation includes the need for constant adaptation in response to new threats like cyber terrorism. The importance of balancing military action with political, economic, and social strategies. The critical role of regional and global alliances in enhancing national counterterrorism capabilities. In conclusion, the bilateral counterterrorism cooperation between Sri Lanka and Pakistan is a model of how nations with shared challenges can collaborate to enhance security and stability. It highlights the need for a comprehensive and coordinated response to terrorism, combining intelligence, military action, and diplomatic efforts. As the threat of terrorism continues to evolve, so too must our strategies. And the Sri Lanka-Pakistan partnership provides valuable insights for the global fight against terror. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, General Daya. I think he has very aptly highlighted the cooperation between two friendly countries who were facing similar challenges on their soil. And I think the way Pakistan and Sri Lanka shared information on extremisms and counter-terrorism is really an example for other countries to ensure that cooperation while fighting counter-terrorism. He also highlighted, I think, cooperations at the military to military level, at the diplomatic level. I think the two countries, the level of cooperation that the two countries achieved was really remarkable, consequently leading to comprehensively defeating the liberation of Tamil Eelam in Sri Lanka. We have our next guest.
Recording in progress.
Dr. Farhanaz, who is now currently at the University of Sydney. She has her PhD in security on the security subject, and she was here before, and she had been very frequently participating in all the conferences of NUST, a prolific writer also, and I think it's very apt to have her views on a subject that is the role of community engagement in non-kinetic counter-terrorism strategies and global lessons. So over to Dr. Farhanaz if she is on the video link.
Thank you very much. First of all, Assalamu alaikum Pakistan, and thank you Pakistan Institute of Conflict and Security Studies and Bahria University for conducting such an important conference on counter-terrorism. I understand that the entire group is probably really eager to go on a break, so I will try to be as crisp as possible in my part of the presentation. I will be talking about the role of community engagement in non-kinetic counterterrorism strategies and what lessons we have learned from the world. Since I am in Australia, so I'll be focusing more on the Australian context of national security and the way they deal with counterterrorism and counter-violent extremism. So the outline of my presentation is flashed here on the screen for you. I will first look into the Australian context, how they approach it, what lessons we have learned from them, summary of the key message that I have drawn in this presentation, and of course, we'll take your questions if you have any. So if we look into the Australian counter-terrorism or violent extremism, they usually set a bar and a level. And while being here recently, they set the bar a bit up, like from possible to probable. And trust me, when they raised the bar, it's not only the Prime Minister of Australia who came on the TV and explained to the public, to the community, that why they are raising the bar. Along with him, people like officers from the Security Department and the Director General of ASIO, which is like our own ISI. So the Intelligence Department, they all came forward and explained to the community, to the general public, that what is actually happening on the ground, that they are now raising the bar from possible to probable. That was a bit of, for me, a shocker, that what is happening here, why they're explaining things to the community. But then after getting more deeper into it, I found out that they consider the community a part of their counter-violent extremism strategy. So this was something really new and innovative, because usually when we are talking about counter-terrorism, counter-violent extremism, and all those security-related stuff, community is never ever taken into consideration in the less developed world. But here in the developed world, they do consider community as one of the important stakeholders in the security debate. So if we look into their national security objective of related to counterterrorism and violent extremism, they are having three main objectives. And the first one is that in all form by preventing radicalization of individual before an attack takes place. So their focus is more on before an attack take place. They also, the second one is equip our law enforcement, security, intelligence and other operational agencies with the resources and power. So the second objective is more about the capability, capacity and their resource mobilization and training and all that you can put under this particular objective. So they ensure all of that. They equip the various departments along with the community with the basic information, basic resources that are required for them. The third one is that ensure that our counterterrorism arrangements are resilient and collaborative. And they're consistent of like national and international objectives. Like they are achieving certain goals that are not only good for Australian community and Australian people, but at international level as well. So their approach, if we look here, like more broadly, if we don't get more deeper into each one of them, so they are focusing on prevent, prepare, recover and respond. And to achieve all of this, like to this approach when they are doing it, they are focusing and they are having partnership with the governance, like the government departments, legislation, their capability that we talked about in the previous slide, and engagement. Engagement is their engagement with various community stakeholders, with various departments, with like all those sectors which are very important when it comes to dealing with violent extremism and counter-terrorism strategies. So in general, how they establish and how they manage it, like their programming, which we usually call like de-radicalization programs in Pakistan, here they call it more programming. So in their programming activities and in their counter-terrorism and counter-violent extremism activities, they want to establish a trust between their people and their authorities or the departments who are working on these important aspects. Like today, when I was listening to various speakers in the first panel and even in the second panel, I could see like the nature of the questions that are coming up is leading towards mistrust and distrust. So when we overcome this problem of distrust and mistrust among the authorities and the people, the community, this is where we get most of the things sorted at first place. So they are Australians, they are working on their national security departments, they're working on overcoming all the distrust and generating trust. They balance their priorities of intelligence gathering. So intelligence gathering, we all do it. All states are doing it. If we deny it, I think we will be making fools of ourselves. But the way they do it, they give certain responsibilities to the community heads, their leadership, like local divisions, local councils. They give authority to them, and through that they are collecting the information. Of course, they have their own ways and means of, like through ASIO, they are doing it through them as well. But at the same time, they are engaging their community as well. So everybody is taking responsibility. And they consider that overcoming the problem of violent extremism or potential threat to terrorism, we need to eradicate it right over here. So the level of consultation and community input is done at various levels and at various intervals. Now, lessons learned for Pakistan. As I said, if we look at here, these two charts that is showing like participation and it influenced the representative. So community engagement through the elected mayors and councillors, they are bringing both together through speaking through from the mayors and council's position to the community. So like small kind of tasking is done through which they are, at one point they're collecting the information. Secondly, they are building trust and networking between their representatives as well. And through the representatives, they are getting their electorals also sorted. So like one kind of goal, like they want to bring the society together, create a trust and a mutual kind of confidential environment where they can share their problems with each other and they can get the information quickly. So this is what they're doing. So we need to probably establish such kind of environment in Pakistan. I can fully understand the problems because I am very much Pakistani and I know the problems that we all go through, but we have to overcome this mistrust issue. And before we do that, we cannot achieve all the big objectives that we are setting for ourselves, for our own people. So we have to include a wide range of people some of whom are former probably extremists, and bring their stories forward. Like when they were a part of with terrorist groups or violent extremism kind of groupings. So what sort of problems were they facing over there, or what they wanted to, how they become prone to radicalization. Then digital bank of testimonials for free access to information is very important. We need to give certain information to the public about that when they were like people who were part of the terrorist groups, or they were radicalized one way or the other. So we need to share their stories, and those stories needs to be highlighted through digital bank and access to talking to the survivors as well. I understand that in the social media age, it is not that easy to give this much access and information to the people, but we need to accept this reality as well, that now everyone has access to every sort of information. So why not the state take this responsibility, and local authorities take this responsibility and share the information that they want their people to understand, something that through which they can achieve larger goals of dealing with counter-terrorism and counter-violent extremism. So network building is important. We need to establish prevent teams. So prevent is something that Australian security departments are doing as well, and it's the same thing that the UK departments are also doing as well. So they want to create some kind of arrangements through which that they need to eradicate the elements of terrorism or violent extremism before it happens. So they do not let the incidents happen. And secondly, we have to understand the risk responses. For the risk responses, as I showed you, those levels of terrorism, we have to show such kind of levels of terrorism to our people as well. So one that will help us in understanding where we are standing in terms of the threat of terrorism and the risk responses that we are having, and that will establish a sort of trust between the community and the leadership as well. And I know, like, if it's done, how it helps us, because being here when the level was raised up, we were able to look up everywhere and try to find out if there is anything that is inappropriate. We were reporting to the entities, and then those entities were taking care of us in that situation as well. So it's like a mutual responsibility. Then university engagement. General Ghulam has really beautifully mentioned that the role of education is very important. We need to include curriculum and syllabus based on terrorism, radicalization, counter-extremism, violent extremism, and all of that. While being here, I teach like 3, 4, 5 subjects of terrorism, but being in Pakistan, honestly, we hardly get such kind of subjects where we can openly talk about various stuff, where we can share how, like, somebody who is a normal citizen, a normal human being, become prone to radicalization, leading to it, violent extremism, and then terrorism. So these kind of strategies needs to be discussed at length, and students should be given first-hand information about how to deal with it. Probably the stories of all those survivors needs to be shared at educational level, where they need to understand how to eradicate and understand radicalization at the very beginning. So the community policing is also very important. We need to take responsibility. Like, I understand that we have quite competent intelligence agencies, we have quite competent law enforcement agencies, but community, I think it's the job of them as well to look after themselves, to look after their neighbors, and to look after each other. And they need to police, they need to report. If there is an incident, they should know when, where, and how to report it. So they have to look after their surroundings very carefully. Staying informed and being aware of the current terrorist threat environment is crucial. We have already discussed that. And reporting any material found on the internet that is violent extremist in nature or could encourage radicalization towards violence needs to be reported at the right time. Since we are exposed to social media, thanks to COVID, so we have to understand how to control all those elements on the social media to protect our community from them, and we should move forward from those elements towards a positive environment. We need to be aware of our surroundings and reporting suspicious or unusual behavior or attitudes, but we have to give this information to our public, and for that we have to first of all make them aware of where to report and how to report, and how to make the community be aware of that if something happens, this is the platform through which you can share your grievances, your problems, and if there is, and which authority needs to address that. So monitoring public announcements. during a terrorist act or a threat, to remain aware of what is required of them and what will assist in the management of the situation is also very important. Then engaging with government agencies in regard to recovery efforts if the incident happens. So first, we should be working more on prevent, as many states are doing it. We should not wait until it happens. So the summary of the key message that I'm trying to deliver here is that understanding of the terrorism threat is very important, and we should to establish this connection between the authorities at hand and then the community at large as well. Confidence in state response to terrorism threat is very important, and I think Pakistan is one of those unfortunate countries that who is going through the menace of terrorism from ages and ages. If it was any other country, probably it would have broken long ago. But thanks to all those entities who are looking after and trying to control the elements of terrorism, the elements of extremism on Pakistani soil. And I understand that at times, since that's not my area to talk about, but terrorism at times is politicized as well. So we have to be aware of that. It's not only Pakistan, but it's in most of other countries as well where terrorism is politicized as well. We need to ensure consistent and coordinated message as delivered in a timely manner. We need to ensure public information promotes community harmony and discourages all forms of hatred and violent extremism. So we have to bridge the gap between the authorities and the community, and that's the solution to dealing with counter-terrorism and counter-violent extremism. With this, I come to the end. If you have any questions, I would love to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhanaz. That was Dr. Farah, who was speaking from the University of Sydney, Australia. And I think she has very comprehensively covered the role of community engagement in non-kinetic counter-terrorism strategies and global lessons. She mostly stressed on the community engagement, trust issues, and taking responsibilities by the stakeholders. I think we move on to the question answer session without any break, and please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and direct your question to the speaker whom you want to address.
Dear participants, you're requested to keep your questions brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm retired Lieutenant General Naeem Lodi. We have been talking about various causes of terrorism, root causes. May I draw your attention towards one very big cause, and that is flawed foreign policy. Because until and unless our policy is aligned according to our national interests, we will keep on going into circles. Let me ask a series of small questions. Which are the countries that are not interested in the development of CPEC? Which are the countries those who would not like Gwadar to develop? Which are the countries those who would not like our relations to become good with Afghanistan, with Iran? So if you do not attend to these things, and especially one of the same countries who are not interested that terrorism should go down in Pakistan, they offer you to give help in fighting terrorism. Instead of laughing it out, we accept their offer. So I'm not asking you to answer my question because so many diplomats are sitting here. It may create some problem. So just I would like that these things should be kept in mind, in your mind and in the audience's mind. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. This is Daniel Ishfaq, student of Line Edwards College, Peshawar. My question is basically from General Saab. Yes, sir, we have spent billions of dollars against terrorism. Billions of people become dispersed. And we have carried out multiple operations against terrorism. But still we are failed to counter terrorism completely. So it is a fact. So, sir, what is the reason behind this? And secondly, sir, what is the basic definition of terrorism? Sir, जो इंडिया में आतंकवादी हैं वो यहाँ पे मुजाहिदीन हैं. और जहाँ यहाँ पे सर टेररिस्ट है वो वहाँ पे फ्रीडम फाइटर्स है. ये मेरे दो एक शॉर्ट सा क्वेश्चन अगर कोई एड्रेस कर सके इसको सर. थैंक यू सर.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief in my answer. The definition of terrorism so far has not been agreed to even at the United Nations level. Every country has a different definition of terrorism. And as earlier pointed out in the first session, terrorism with some, a terrorist with some country is the freedom fighter for the rest. What India calls terrorism in Kashmir, we call them mujahideen, we call them freedom fighters because they are fighting for their liberation. Similarly, if the Israelis call Hamas terrorists, well, they have their own perspective, but the Gaza people, they are fighting for their own survival. So terrorism has different definition or different connotations globally for each nation, and each nation defines terrorism according to its own perspective. Why we have not been able to end it, yes, that I will answer you, because I also remained in North Waziristan and Swat for more than 2-3 years, so I have first-hand experience. The strategy that was followed at the national level was deterrence, development, which did not go hand in hand, as earlier explained by General Rabbani. We did carry out successful kinetic operations in Swat, in South Waziristan, in North Waziristan, and we controlled the land, we cleared the land, but that land had to be developed later on by the civil government, by those stakeholders who are responsible to maintain law and order, who are responsible to enforce law of the state. That didn't happen. And I'll give you practical experience, because Babar Sahab asked a very direct question from General Rabbani, which I think was not totally answered, but I'll answer your question also lumped with this. In those 4 years that I served in the operational area, no political agent ever came without the military protection or without the military helicopter to his own area, to his own people. If that is how the civil administration was to take on, we could never win this war. Similarly, we talk of the politicians. I didn't see any politician visiting North Waziristan in 2009 and 2010. Those 2 years I can always say. Yes, later on, once Waziristan was cleared, the political leadership, they visited, even offered their Eid namaz there. But the kind of pace that was required to maintain peace, that didn't come about. We converted FATA into administered areas of the KP, we merged them, but after merging those districts, the civil administration did not, I repeat, did not operate in those areas with that much care and concern as they do in the urban areas of KP. And that exists till today. Those people need our concerns. Those people need our attention. If we address the development part, I think the kinetic prong would also succeed and will have its lasting impact. But since the development has not taken on that way, the way it should have, it is again the army which is doing, building roads, building factories there, taking care of the minerals in that area. Why not the civilians, they take a step forward and go hand in hand with the kinetic prong, assist the army in doing so. And lastly, as General Lodi highlighted, policy shift. We need to take care of the policy aspect also. The faults committed at the political level can never be rectified at the tactical and operational level. Our operational commanders, our tactical commanders, they are laying down their lives fighting the terrorism day in, day out, but there are some snags in our policy which need to be addressed, and that entire nation has to contribute to refine our policies. No government alone can do it. It has to be based on the people's will. Thank you.
I just want to leave a thought for the intellectuals to consider. Can you hear me now? I just want to leave a thought for the intellectual to consider. We say, why we counter terrorism? Why do we counter terrorism? Why not to defeat terrorism, militancy, insurgency, for permanent basis? One has to, you see, involve the whole society, mobilization of the society, right? And that is what we did and did very successfully in a region, that is in Barkhan, Kolu, and Kahan, and Loralai area. And that is the model to follow. Thank you.
I am Lieutenant General Nubaid, retired. Few comments and maybe input also. Because this non-kinetic prong, I feel, is the most important element of the counter-terrorism strategy. And probably in Pakistan, this has been the missing link. But while I say that, I'm also mindful of Farah Saab's question, because I feel the military and civil are not two separate entities. They have to actually gel together to respond in a whole of a nation approach. Somehow, a feeling has emerged in this country right from the beginning of our fight against terrorism, that probably this is a military's domain and only they need to tackle it. Hence, distancing of itself by the political government and policy. Hence, seeing less and less of them in those areas. Well, they may be important, but visit alone may not be so important. Reflecting this will and this vision of countering terrorism in every policy of the state, in the legal policy, in the judicial policy, in education policy, in the social and media policy, I feel it has not been there. Somehow, I have a feeling, I have a thinking, I may not be absolutely correct, but this may be a question to General Qamar. I feel if we can take out around 50,000 youth from Balochistan and educate them in better quality education and field them back in that society, probably they'll bring a change. Well, it's an issue for debate. Can they be funded? Can the federal government fund this project for, say, another 10 years or 20 years? Because I feel countering terrorism, or somebody used some other term, other than not countering or not fighting terror, but a more diluted term. Because this needs patience, perseverance, and resources. Do we have patience to plan for 20 years? I haven't come across from a political side, from our government side, to put across a policy for 20 years to fight, to counter terror. What steps can be taken at the societal level? What steps can be taken at the media level? What steps can be taken at the policy level? Beautifully stated, I feel, Dr. Farah from Australia, a Pakistani lady, that engaging a community. What have we done to engage our community? I'll link a little economic term. I was watching a TV and our ex-FBI chairman said that we need to register every business in Pakistan. Do we have the capacity to register everyone? If we could not register businesses, how can we register every entity that has been indulging in terrorism or extremism? We have failed in these 20, 30, or 40 years to take those steps at the government level. We do not have a database where I can access. While coming here, and actually yesterday night, I just clicked at Google and I found a research from Florida University on terrorism. Very valuable research. But I haven't come across any valuable research from Pakistan. I haven't seen very many people doing PhDs in Balochistan and in FATA affairs, because these are the two areas, or even in Afghanistan. Why can't our universities actually sponsor more PhDs or more researches on Balochistan, Afghanistan, and FATA? where we are actually facing this threat of terrorism. So these are maybe random thoughts where we can take those steps. And again, a very beautifully stated, the trust deficit. The question of Mr. Farhad Babar is actually an indication of the lack of trust or different ways of thinking or approaching the issue. The terrorism is a national issue, but a military man will approach it differently, and Mr. Farhad's field, that is a political domain, will approach it differently. We haven't actually gelled these two approaches together. We haven't built their trust in us, and we haven't built our trust in them. Actually, with the day we start doing this, a sincere effort is put in, probably we will, the youngsters saying here that we haven't finished terrorism. Military, again, earlier speaker said, the kinetic approach is to blunt the sharper edge of terrorism, and that they have done beautifully.
Yes.
But what that is, by killing a terrorist or eliminating a terrorism leader will blunt the sharper edge. What community, what the policy, what the political government will do is actually create that environment where terrorism do not breed. Unfortunately, our environment has been polluted because of wars, because of conflict, because of external interests. As General Lodi has stated, all this mixed together poison our environment. And somehow we have not been doing much to actually de-poison or take out that venom of society. Having served in Balochistan, I thought youth operate just a minute, last minute. I feel even those universities and education institutions are not doing the job. Hence I said you need to take out people, educate them in a different environment and field them back. So it is to de-radicalize entire society and groups of people where they operate. Probably that will help the problem better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. That was an amazing question, but I would request...
Ek minute, Harjay, please.
Yes.
Okay. I just have a quick question for General Qamar. What would you suggest in terms of media, the way this landscape has changed, the legacy or the traditional media dying, and more proliferation of social media in the age of artificial intelligence, voice cloning, and deepfake? How is it helping terrorism, and what changes would you suggest? Thank you.
I would request the worthy speakers to be crisp with the answers because we haven't sent our guests for the break so far and the lunch time is approaching. Thank you.
Your request is accepted. Sir, to answer your question, because you have been on the helm of affairs as ex-Minister for Information of this country, and I'm sure you have very closely watched the media performance during the last couple of years, especially. Our system as a nation has polarized. There's no doubt about it. May it be economic polarization, may it be education polarization, may it be political polarization. In a polarized society, the media is in every home today. No matter if a family doesn't have food to eat, they will have a TV to watch. They will have a mobile phone to see. So the media's role is very, very important. How can it be more effective? You know it better than me, sir, but as an academic, I would give few suggestions. There is no criteria in Pakistan to open up news channels. Anyone who got the money, who got the links, will get it through. There is no scrutiny by anyone to see whether a particular channel has that sagacity, does it have that Pakistaniyat built in it, does it have that professionalism built in it, technology built in it to compete the international media. No. The only thing we look for is to get the license, call few people who are pseudo-intellectuals, make them sit from 8 to 9 and they speak whatever they want to speak. And most of the anchors, I'll be very blunt on this, most of the anchors, most of the so-called intellectuals called on the TV have political biases. And they are so entrenched in their political affiliations that they don't get out of that. And their analyses are also biased mostly. So once there is so much of polarization, the media needs to play a unifying role. More educated people who have some know-how of journalism, not that they can speak well, not that they have got a bachelor's degree in journalism, or they are connected to somebody, come on the TV and start commenting and running the program. The entire nation's minds are being molded by those anchors. So first, we need to have only selected channels who have the capacity to run the media. Second, qualified people only to be projected on the media. And also ensure that those qualified people do not go with the wind. They are not carried on. I won't use that word which is commonly used, lafafi or lafafa sahafat or sin of that sort. They are very derogatory because they are the people who mold the opinion of the nation. So they have to be more qualified. Coming on to the social media, we cannot actually control social media. I am against this policy that you control the social media. No, educate the people. In this, 2-3 elements can play a very, very important role. First, families. The teaching starts from home. I highlighted in my presentation also, the family needs to educate the youngsters what to see, what not to see, and how to see, when to see. What can be relegated to lesser precedence. Then the education institutions. We don't have any subject which can teach the children at the early age. We forbid our children to see the social media, but we don't educate actually what to see and what not to see. So correct use of social media is to be educated through education institutions. And then lastly comes its misuse or abuse, if that has to be checked through some constitutional measures that are in place, and hopefully they will be effective. But again, they should not be used for malified purposes against one another. They should be made for the good of the nation, for the people as a whole. I hope, sir, I did answer your question. Thank you.
No, excuse me. There is a debate whether the politicians are not doing their job or the military is not doing their job or not letting the politicians do their job. So let me take you back. All the major internal and external conflicts that Pakistan faced or where Pakistan was at the forefront, this country was ruled by military dictators. Take the Cold War, we had Ayub Khan. The breakup, we had Yahya. The Afghan war, we had Zia. The global war against terror, we had Pervez Musharraf. So our political leadership never experienced major internal conflict resolution, regional or global conflict resolution. 1. 2, there is an intangible feeling within the political circles. It's their mess, let them clean it. With the result that CT, CVE policies and efforts by the political leadership have been outsourced to the military. They say it's not our job. Take the National Action Plan. It was almost forced by the military upon the political leadership. And if you look at 2015 and 2017 graphs of the National Action Plan, you will find that the results in 2015 were very good, nothing in 16, and very good in 17, and then why? 15 was Zarb-e-Azm. Then it was refranchised in 17 as Raddul Fasad. 1 year focus. So, first is that. The second is coming to the Balochistan problem. I have not served in Balochistan. I don't know much about Balochistan. But I think the problem of Balochistan is that Pakistan does not know what the problem of Balochistan is. कभी हम कहते हैं 4 अरब रुपए दे दो, कभी हम कहते हैं 102 अरब रुपए दे दो, कभी हम कहते हैं kill 500 Sardars and the problem will be solved. We don't even know what is the problem. Whether it is disparities, deprivation, identity, resource, whatever. We don't even know. The gentleman said, educate 500. Educate in what? Education and literacy are two different things. Wisdom and literacy are two different things. What our universities are doing, they're producing products. They're producing wisdom, people who are wise. Right. There is, because of these military interventions, and more dangerous than interventions are interference. There is a militarization of the state affairs. In the last few years, there is a more dangerous thing that has happened. And that is the civilization of the military. And we expect non-political actors to resolve political issues, which is not their domain. General Safdar, when he was the Corps Commander of Peshawar, he went and told Maulvi Nek Muhammad, Janab Nek Muhammad Sahib, and called him his brother. Nek Muhammad was a political Naib Tahsildar level person. And when he became the brother of the Corps Commander, no political agent could say anything to him. The last. We have this big genetic problem. We blame others for our own faults. When we point a finger to Afghanistan, to the US, to KGB, whoever, don't look at this. 1, and 2, we want those we are blaming for our problems to solve our problems. When the Taliban took over, we said, all our problems are over. They'll sort out Khwarijul Fitna or Fitnatul Khwarij for us, and they'll sort Balochistan. We have to look inward. Remember, I think it was General Kiani who said Pakistan faces implosion and that we have to look inward. That's all from me.
We'll take one last question and we request it is to be followed by a brief answer because we are already running short of time. Thank you.
Chaudhry Zumurud Jalam sir, just from your last point, jo baat kar rahe the, sorry, I should be speaking English. Just what happened in Swat, where one of the speakers said that the terrorism was eradicated, and then the politicians were supposed to take over and rectify things or move the things onwards. That never happened. My question is, do the politicians have certain authority to move these things along? That's one of my questions. The other one is the media. When we talk about media, we've talked a lot about media today. I mean, media are not even supposed to go certain places in Pakistan. Media cannot write whatever they want in Pakistan. Media is heavily censored in Pakistan. So maybe these are some of the things that we need to look at, because we need the truth to be coming out. We need to know what is happening in Balochistan, for example. Half of the times we get the information from social media, because maybe certain people have less control over that. As far as the education of the people is concerned, sending them to madrasas or some other institutions, I think we need to teach them the right subjects. They need to be better human beings. They need to know how to think. They should know how to critically think things over. Unfortunately, just a little, when Lord Macaulay set up the school system in India, they said that Indians are so thick that the pass rate in UK was 66%. So what we'll do, because these guys, they're a little bit below average, so we'll put the pass rate at 33. And I think a lot of places, they still use 33 as a benchmark to pass. So these are the things that education needs working on. And we need, we're coming out with a lot of engineers, doctors. I mean, we've got more doctors than nurses in Pakistan. Where that is leading, as everybody knows, about 75% of those girls that are becoming doctors, they're going to be ending up being married, and then we'll have no doctors left. But we need to get the curriculum right. We need to change the books, try and teach the proper history that is our real history. We have manipulated the history. We don't let people know what exactly is going on. So this is the thing that I'm worried about Pakistan. For these children, for their future, they're getting out of these universities, they're getting a lot of education, and yet there's nothing at the end of it. So this is my observation. As far as the terrorism is concerned, that is the point. And it's unfortunate that after so many years, we still haven't eradicated. I mean,
is there a question? Is there a question? Is there a comment?
So just observation. Now
Observation.
A little question for you.
Okay.
We've never, since 1947, we've had the problem with the Balochistan. We've never eradicated that. So that's my question. What is the problem?
I think one of the question that you pointed out at is are the politicians allowed to do what they want to do? In the beginning you said, and then you spoke of the media. I think when he mentioned of the military rule starting from Ayub, let's not forget that they were all supported tooth and nail by the political leadership of the time in whatever that they wanted to do. So they didn't do anything alone or by themselves. They were fully supported right up to General Musharraf by the political leadership that existed in this country at that point in time. So we cannot absolve ourselves from our responsibility. If there had been a political leadership that could not do what they wanted to do, they should have had the moral courage to tell the concerned person that, hey, we go home. So that moral courage was never displayed by anybody, any political leadership at any point in time in our history. So we will not go into the blame game of who has done more damage to the country. I think it is a collective failure of all. Let's accept that. So I think with that we come to the end of this session. The lunch is waiting for us. And I think let's conclude.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the wonderful questions, answers, and the comments. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Adam Saud to join Major General Saad Khattak on stage to present souvenirs to the speakers of session 2, and it will be followed by a group photo. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Ehsan Ghani, former National Counter-Terrorism Authority, NECTA, to receive his souvenir. Major General Dr. Ghulam Qamar, retired, Project Director, Directorate General of Religious Education, MOE, Islamabad. Dr. Farah and Dr. Daya and General Daya have joined us online, but we appreciate their insight and contribution. Now we'll have a group photo. Do we have? So can you please join us for the group photo?
Thank you so very much once again to all the panelists and all the attendees for your presence and your concentration. I request the students to please enter from the back exit. All of the guests and the dignitaries to enter from the exit to your right. We will convene for lunch now. Thank you.
Students will be served their lunch boxes right at the back gate, and dignitaries will be followed by ushers to the main cafe. Thank you.
Farda and Ms. Fariba. I hope the audience will shake off the post-lunch lethargy and remain attentive throughout the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the third session of today's conference titled Transnational Threats and Pakistan's Regional and International Cooperation, Current Status and Future Opportunities and Challenges. In this session, we will explore the evolving nature of transnational threats and the importance of enhanced regional and international cooperation. Each of our esteemed speakers will have 10 minutes to present their insights, after which we will open the floor for a brief question and answer session. Let's move forward. Our first esteemed speaker is Dr. Zong Jihui. He will be joining us online, and the topic of his presentation is Transnational Terrorism and Evolving Threats in the Region. Dr. Song is the Dean of Pakistan Study Center at Sichuan University and is an expert in South Asian studies and transnational terrorism. He leads several national research projects and has published extensively on security threats and economic cooperation in the region. Dr. Song's work provides valuable perspective on China's role in the counterterrorism and regional stability. Over to you, Dr. Song.
Right? Shall I start? Oh, start. No. Okay. Now, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm happy. It's my pleasure to be here, to be invited here to speak about the situation here. In fact, I'm not an expert on the anti-terrorism affairs, but I'm happy to discuss this question from another angle. My Pakistan Studies Center was jointly established between Central University and the University of Punjab from in 2007. So since then, we have been doing quite a lot about the cooperation between China and Pakistan, and the economic cooperation, industrial relocation in recent years, especially since the launch of the CPAC. That's part of the flagship of the Belt and Road Initiative. We have been doing a lot about the cooperation, economic cooperation, industrial relocation between China and Pakistan. So especially now we have entered the second phase of CPAC construction. We call it the high quality construction of CPAC. This is something very good for the relationship and between China and Pakistan. So we are, concentrating, to a large extent on economic growth because between China and Pakistan. So recently, we have been thinking, because of thinking that during the past years, the more with the cooperation between China and Pakistan goes on, and the more cooperation on the efforts to fight against the terrorism or in Pakistan. So we have noticed now the situation is become something different, or because many experts and many entrepreneurs and the investors, they're being more and more worried because I noticed this morning when I was listening that the situation, security situation is to a larger extent, frankly, sorry for that, we think that situation is not becoming more difficult, especially for the industrialists and investors to go to Pakistan, because now this is what we've been doing during the past year, because after we studied that CPAC construction according to the instruction from the Pakistani embassy in Beijing and the Chinese government, we are trying and very hard to promote the economic cooperation, especially in the framework of CPAC, for the industrial relocation, for the development, for the social welfare in Pakistan, and for the poverty alleviation in Pakistan. So the very difficult situation for us that during the recent years, we noticed that more and more security issues or risks, are facing Chinese workers, Chinese investors are facing this situation. So I have been thinking recently that why this is happening. So in today's speech, I'll just share some of my understanding about the fundamental reasons. Let me share my. Please let me share my. Yes. So my topic, in fact, today is the transnational terrorism and involving threats in Pakistan. Okay, let me skip this. No need to just stand. So during the past, we have been doing with the Pakistan government here, Mr. Hassan, we made earlier this time to do 2 months ago. Now we have been thinking. Now we found that some of the key drivers of transnational terrorism in Pakistan recently, there are two. These are several types. One is ideological extremism, expansion of radical groups like that. Of course, on this you know more than me because you are the experts on that. In fact, I'm not an expert on the anti-terror research. My research, my field is in economic cooperation, and So these are one is that expansion of radical group in Pakistan, another religious extremism, right? So and then that's from domestic. Now the foreign influences here. So these are also very growing foreign influences on the security situation in Pakistan. So those are like the regional actors, with countries, we know that, like US, India, and others, who work with this, and some non-state actors also are the increasing influence of especially cross borders. This is the new situation. And thirdly is the geopolitical instability. So now the world is changing and the situation is becoming more and more complicated. So those are the outside, foreign influences from the outside. And recently, we have seen that some new actors, new factors, in fact, like the SKP, is growing influence in Afghanistan, and so this has been greatly expanding its operations. And we noticed that this, especially this year, when the Chinese engineers and lower, they're killed, those are from them, right? And another is about the localized groups, So we noticed there's a small rise, more localized terror groups, not in Pakistan, some cross-border factors, large, that's right. And so the evolution of the terrorism in recent years, especially in this year, now we have seen. So the first is that the shifting tactics. So now I just I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Just highlight down that targeting the foreign nationals. So we see in recent years, it's growing. The number is growing now. Chinese engineers and workers here, and this one, and then the suicide bombers. They are also attacking, the Chinese. Even some travelers are right there. So ISP begins publishing push news bulletins using artificial intelligence, AI. So we have noticed they are using new techniques, new ways to. So this is something we have to pay attention to that, and at the same time the use of the video games for communication. They are doing all this to impose the threats to the cooperation between on China Pakistan, especially in the framework of the CPAC, and especially here in the second phase, we are trying to build the high quality construction with CPAC in the second phase. And besides, we know there are some technological impacts of the those are also used by the terrorist groups, looking for to straight the security situation here, not in Pakistan. So they're like using the drones and social media, and now we knew this is something new. So these are some figure here. I just want to show you right there. Here. So I'm saying this because in recent years, because when during the past years I've been leading some Chinese entrepreneurs, investors, industrialists, to go to leading them, trying to persuade them to lead to invest in Pakistan. In fact, they are very keen, and in the beginning they had much enthusiasm to start a business and to invest in Pakistan, and what we call it as the relocation of the Chinese industries to Pakistan, because we know that Pakistan has a very good situation here in terms of the business, because the locationally Pakistan is standing here in the Radio City, and the very key point on the sea, on the Belgian Road Initiative, right? And they Pakistan has a lot of advantages for the investors, like the young labor, labor is very competitively good than the others, and Pakistan has the rich resource for the industry materials like the leather and others, right? Because we have some industries which use a lot of the leathers imported from Pakistan in the past. So yeah, of course, Pakistan also enjoys some very good provincial policies, or to export textile and others. So these are the advantages, and the Chinese government trying their hardest to encourage them to invest, to start their business, and to even to set up some industrial parks there. So I try, visit Pakistan many times just to trying to find a good place to set up the in Karachi and in Lahore and even Gwadar, so just to have their industrial parks. So, but unfortunately, during the past year, when some of the Chinese national citizens or engineers, and when they killed in the last year, I pulled some of the numbers here now. So these are the very negative news for the Chinese investors to go there. So I am not going to read all these numbers, but anyway, I just want to say I've been thinking now to take this opportunity to discuss with you how we to change or improve the situation so that the more Chinese investors, and especially I think because I visited Gilgit-Baltistan is such a wonderful place and I like it so much, and some of the Chinese tourism and tourists, they want to go there. Pakistan is a beautiful also to China. So we want to do that, and now what we need to do is to how to change the situation so that to have more investors and tourists go to Pakistan. This is something that very good industry improvement and the social welfare, because that will create a lot of opportunities for the different industries. So we, as I said, this what I think why this is happening.
Sorry for interjection,
because of the
Professor
fundamental
Dr.
reasons.
Song.
Now,
can you hear me? Your time is over. If you could please conclude your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Song. Professor Song highlighted the importance of economic cooperation. However, security issues are arising and posing threats to the projects such as CBAG. He further stressed the importance of countering the terrorism and terrorist activities which are spoiling the economic cooperation in the region. Moving towards our next presentation by Major General Retired Inamul Haq. His topic of presentation is Pakistan's regional cooperation in counter-terrorism. He has nearly 40 years of military service experience. Major General Inamul Haq led counter-terrorism operations along Pakistan's western borders during Operation Al-Mizan. He is a graduate of elite military institutions and holds multiple master's degree, including one from the University of Wisconsin. In post-retirement phase, he remains involved in Pakistan's defense and security sectors. He wrote for journals and act as advisors on international relations and security issues. Over to you, Major General Inamul Haq Saab.
12 minutes.
10 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. General Saad, officials of Bahria University, PICS, Aziz Tulaba, Asatideh Ikram, dignitaries, Assalamu alaikum. It's a session after lunch, so it is really challenging to keep you guys awake. However, I will try my best to say some factual situation about the topic and leave the opinion to the question of the session, because it is very important for you to understand what terrorism is. This is the scheme of presentation. We will talk about terrorism, extremism, radicalization. Pakistan's response to Pakistan's counter-violent extremism strategy, kinetic response, regional cooperation, cause and effect of Afghanistan, Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, TTP, instability that we have in the country, and the regional cooperation coming to certain countries. First, we move on to the terrorism. Terrorism is considered as a byproduct of extremism. Remember, this is a linkage. And whenever that extremism becomes violent, it is terrorism. So, extremism becoming violent becomes terrorism. Extremism in both violent and non-violent forms is caused by radicalization of an individual who becomes radicalized once he or she loses mental equilibrium. So the other linkage is mental equilibrium. Now, what is human equilibrium? Philosophically speaking, the human equilibrium is dependent upon two schools of thought: monism and dualism. In monism school, the belief is that everything related to our experiences is rooted into one universal attribute, which can be body, material form mein, or it can be mind in the non-material form. The dualists believe that they believe in the attributability of the human experience to two contrasting notions of mind and body. The Western school of philosophical thought is deeply entrenched into the dualist school of thought. Socrates actually dominated the dualist or the dualism. In theocracy, religion, scholars add spirituality as a third aspect of human experience, and they feel that there has to be synergy between body, mind, and spirituality so that your mental equilibrium remains at a stable pace. In Islamic school of thought, especially the Sufi order, they do not consider these things and they give more weightage to spirit and mind. So these are the different aspects which basically lie at the root cause of terrorism. Now, what happens when you lose mental equilibrium? You become radicalized. Radicalization is moving away from collective consensus, like peaceful coexistence with other religions and sects, abiding by the constitution, following the laws of the nation, or believing in the national unity across fault lines. Across fault lines. That is radicalization, when you don't believe in these things. Then the response to all this comes in the form of a counter-violent extremism, a CVE strategy. The CVE strategy in each and every state has to be at three levels: at the individual level, at the organizational level, and at the environmental level. Sometimes there is an overlap between these levels, and we'll talk about that briefly. Okay. At individual level, an individual can become radicalized when he has a sense of deprivation, he has got a sense of vengeance, distorted sense of identity and reality, self and societal esteem, quest for seeking glory or martyrdom, or financial incentives. These are the aspects which lead an individual towards radicalization. At the organizational level, there is a quest for political goals, domination, where the political actors believe that they can achieve their goals more by violent means. And they think that the state or the superstructure is not legitimate. At the environmental level, there is a competition for political domination between the players. There is a desire for the power grab, and there is an ideological state of mind which is basically glorification and martyrdom, resistance to the religion, or the leadership's obsession with the violence. And as I mentioned earlier, these three levels, individual, organizational, and environmental levels, they overlap in what is called in the literature as a feedback loop. Now, what is the state's response? Okay. The state response is in the form of counterterrorism, targeting each and every level.
Recording in progress.
At individual, at organizational, and at the human level. The response comprises two levels. Further, one is the kinetic means, where you employ the military force, and one is the non-kinetic means, which involves intellectual, ideological response to counter the war of narratives. So the most important aspect is that you have to counter the war of narratives. In the studies on the literature, on the terrorism, the CT mix, the counter-terrorism mix, is 80% non-kinetic and 20% kinetic. So there has to be a preponderance of emphasis given to the non-kinetic means. The non-kinetic means are coercive, and they can be taken concurrently in a society. Now, let's see Pakistan's counter-violent extremism response. There were military operations as given on the slide, and from 2003 through 2023, Al-Mizan, Sherdil, Rahe-Rast, Rahe-Nijat, etc., these operations were undertaken, and the target was Afghans, Pakistani, Arab, Uzbek, Chechen, and Uyghur terrorist groups. They were conducted all over Pakistan, in the erstwhile FATA, then in the settled districts, and in all 4 provinces of Pakistan. Overall, 28,000 terrorists were killed till 2018. And over 12,500 were apprehended in 1,000, almost 2,000 intelligence-based operations up to 2019. From 2021 onwards, the law enforcement agencies remain involved in the city operations in newly merged districts all over Pakistan, and in all over Pakistan in the IBOs. So that is the kind of response that a question arises, and I'm sure you people will ask this question: why has Pakistan not succeeded? We will discuss that in the question and answer sessions. Moving on to the regional cooperation. The terrorism mix that has afflicted the region has got a cause and effect. Cause and effect. And the causes are the US withdrawal from NATO, from Afghanistan, the NATO and the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, Afghan Taliban coming to power, TTP, which has got greatly emboldened and which has got better equipped now, and they are desperate to return to Pakistan. This is an important point. They are desperate to return to Pakistan. We can deal this in Q&A. And the more than friendly interest of the regional powers and political stability in Pakistan and NACTA's inefficiency. The organizations that deal with the terrorism in our context are 3: SARC, SCO, and the Doha parlays between Afghanistan and the rest of the world. The 3rd session was concluded this June. Now, what is the lack of coordination at the regional level, which is actually hitting at the non-completion of the policies to root out terrorism from the region? We will deal with India first. India would like to keep Pakistan embroiled. China has to protect CPEC and its mineral interest in Afghanistan. US and UK, they are more ambivalent and non-transparent about IS, Daesh, source and origin. Iran has got sectarian interests in both Pakistan and Afghanistan. You have seen the tit-for-tat showdown that happened between the two countries this January. Central Asia, except Tajikistan, where the footprint of IS is very robust, the other countries want to deal with this issue at the individual level and not in an organizational level. United Nations has involved Afghanistan in Doha Parley, as I mentioned. The West Plus is presumably cooperating in intelligence sharing, targeting information, training, and providing some equipment. So this is the regional context of the terrorism. In conclusion, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism needs synchronized response over a long period of time. It is just like walking in the sand. You cannot run. You have to be very, very patient and perseverant. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Major General Anamul Haq, for completing your presentation in a given time frame. Just to conclude the presentation of Major Saab, he explained the psychology of human behavior and its linkage with the extremism and terrorism. He gave 3 levels of analysis to understand the human behavior as well as counter-terrorism efforts. He further highlights the importance of non-kinetic measures to deal with the terrorism. He mentioned the lack of cooperation at the regional level, which is hindering the process of countering the terrorism. Moving forward towards the next presentation, our next speaker is Dr. Maria Sultan. The topic of her presentation is International Cooperation, Pakistan's Engagement with Global Counter-Terrorism Efforts. Dr. Maria Sultan is the chairperson and Director General of South Asian Strategic Stability Institute/University, prominent advisor to Pakistan's Ministry of Defense on Strategic and Military Affairs. She is a specialist in South Asian nuclear arms control and disarmament. Dr. Sultan is actively involved in global security discussions, serving as a senior member of several international forums. She is also a prolific author and educator with a wide range of experience in academic and policy research. Over to you, Dr. Maria.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's always a difficult task to come and speak when you're going to speak about international cooperation, and it's pretty much the tail end of the conference. So I would be failing in my duty if I do not start with acknowledging the great effort which has been carried forward by the Pakistan Institute of Conflict and Security Studies and the Faculty of Social Sciences of Bahria University. So with this, I would also like to express my gratitude to the chair for giving me this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be talking about 3 aspects when talking about Pakistan's collaboration with international counterterrorism efforts, structures, and most importantly, responses. But before I go into all of this, I think it is very important to answer one critical question. That is, what is the nature of terrorism which we face today? Just to give you a statistics on that, what we are dealing with at this very moment in time is not ordinary form of terrorism. What we are dealing with is the fact that we are dealing with global terrorism, which is representing itself as an enterprise. So the first point which I would like to highlight is today we are dealing with global terrorism as a part of global enterprise. What does it mean? Just to give you statistics. According to Forbes, the net worth of ISIS in year 2014 was $2 billion. According to the Central Intelligence Agency, it was around $1.5 billion in 2015. And according to the US Treasury, around $1 billion. That is the net financial value of ISIS in 2016. And at this very moment, it is considered to be around $500 million. So this means that we have 3 structural issues. One, How were they extracting and managing such huge resources? Number two, what was the net worth in terms of their operational fighters? It is estimated that the net operational fighters for ISIS are around 100,000. Now, coming to Pakistan, we've heard a lot about since morning why Pakistan has met with so many challenges of terrorism and why we have not managed so successfully, or in certain cases successfully, to counter this. Just to give you the statistics, according to the same sources, the net value of TTP's actual contributing capacity for operations is around $500 million per annum, which has been reduced over the last 20 years and brought down to $50 million. $5 million which has come from kidnapping and so on and so forth, and foreign funding around $1 million. So the biggest question which comes forward when we are dealing with global cooperation on terrorism is to understand that one, it's not just that countries have to cooperate with international forums and respond to it, but you also have to understand that we're dealing with a transnational actor which is capable of resorting and utilizing sources way beyond what is expected from a normal terrorist organization coming from a less developed part of the world. Second aspect is that what is international cooperation? What does it mean? It basically means four things. One is intelligence sharing. Second is cooperation for action. That is what kind of actionable measures you can take. Number three is cooperation with regards to data, whether or not you're sharing that data. And last but not least, whether or not you have any legal framework which will allow you to tap down onto all these financial networks which affect terrorism and counterterrorism operations in any country. According to the global governance structure, there are three things which are right now governing the global counterterrorism structure. First is the United Nations, and according to that, the United Nations is governed by three major resolutions. One is the UN Security Council Resolution 1373, second is the UN Security Council Resolution 1333, and third is the UN Security Council Resolution 1267. Second are the internationally recognized organizations such as Interpol. And third is, of course, a very important organization, but we hear less about it in terms of active counterterrorism debates. That is the International Civil Aviation Organization, or the ICAO. And then comes the issue of regional cooperation organizations, which allow for this global governance structure to become much more effective. Now, in this case, 2 points before I go into the regional cooperation arrangements. First and foremost, that the international structure which we had before 9/11 or before 2001 actually relied on international conventions. The structure post-2001 places the entire responsibility of nationally mandated domestic laws to counter terrorism. So it means that it puts a lot of stress on national governments, member states, to become part of, say, FATF for the Financial Action Task Force measures, and on the other hand, it expects you to make national authorities, such as the one as Pakistan has. You know, we have NECTA, we have a representative who's speaking from here, from there as well, and also to have national action strategies. So the emphasis is taken away from international organizations to look at these global loopholes where these finances come forward, and the entire responsibility has been placed on the national authorities. While the nature of the beast is such that it is based in transnational effects. So this means that there will be points where national authorities will come forward, will gain success, but because of the nature of the transnational crime, which we witness and see in the shape of terrorism, there are going to be limits in terms of what ultimate success can be generated and how to bring a total closure to it. So in this case, the regional cooperation organizations come forward. Pakistan has been an active member of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation and SAARC. We have tried to collaborate with India. We have tried to collaborate with other SAARC members. However, this cooperation has not been that successful. It has been politicized, and as a result of that political action, the results which the SAARC has received in terms of bilateral international cooperation have remained limited. Second organization, which has been perhaps the most profound collaborating partner for Pakistan, has been SCO. Pakistan is a member of RATS, and that basically means that Pakistan, China, Kazakhstan, and Russia are the key members which are sharing intelligence, providing actionable points, and also conferring cross links with regards to coming up with common links for taking out action against terrorist organizations. Third is, of course, the organization of the Islamic Cooperation and the International Military Cooperation, which happens between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia on the basis of IMAT. In addition to this, Pakistan also collaborates at the bilateral level, and these bilateral connections have allowed us to establish a bilateral framework, such as between Pakistan and Afghanistan, such as between Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey, Pakistan, United States, Pakistan, EU, and so on and so forth. I would just conclude on the following factors. One, that when we are talking about international cooperation, we need to understand three things. One, what are the mandates and the legal frameworks through which cooperation is existing, and what is the actual space of cooperation which exists with regards to time frame and actionable intelligence once you're dealing with active cases of terrorism. Second, the amount of clarity and transparency which exists between organizations when we are dealing with transnational crime. And last but not least, the international responsibility which is conferred down from the UN Security Council as well as through other regional organizations. If it is based on equity, the cooperation will come forward and yield results. If it is based on political ideas and is based on political sensitization of how terrorism is perceived by different actors, the results will remain limited in regards to how we manage success over them. So with these few words, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bahria Sultan. Dr. Bahria Sultan has talked about the nature of terrorism facing today. She has given some interesting facts about the economic dimension of terrorist organizations throughout the region at international level also. She further talked about the international cooperation at various dimensions of international and regional cooperation. She mentioned that the cooperation at the regional level is unsuccessful because of the interest of the states, and she highlighted that Pakistan's role in the various international organizations such as SCO, OIC, and other international organizations. Thank you, Dr. Bahria Sultan, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Dayab Gilani. The topic of his presentation is the National Action Plan, Achievements and Evolving Challenges. Dr. Dayab Gilani is the Director of Research at the National Counter-Terrorism Authority, NACTA, in Pakistan, with a PhD in International Relations from the University of St. Andrews. His work spans political theory, terrorism, and extremism. Dr. Gilani is an accomplished academic with numerous national and international publications, and he has played a key role in researching the evolution of terrorism and political violence in Pakistan. Dr. Dayab, over to you.
Right, thank you so much for having me over. It is my first time at Bahria University, and I'm glad to actually represent the National Counterterrorism Authority here. And frankly, I think usually I'm not particularly fond of descriptive presentations, and I think I would have been more beneficial if I had actually talked about the role of NACTA. But for some reason, again, I think the topic was sort of assigned to us, and it's on the National Action Plan. So I would like to actually give you just a very brief overview of the National Action Plan, where the National Action Plan sits at the moment, and how exactly are we going about it. And as far as my own personal role is concerned, insofar as the research and development wing of the National Counterterrorism Authority is concerned. Right, to start off, I think this is the presentation that how do I move forward? Yes. All right. All right, so I understand this is the last presentation, so I would actually request the students to be a little bit more patient Otherwise, it becomes very difficult for me to communicate, for me to actually give this talk as well. So if you could be a bit more patient, this is the last, I think this is the last presentation, and I would like to keep some good time for question and answer session as well. So try to be, again, it's the academic in me, so I'm urging you to actually be a little bit patient, right? So pay a little bit attention. This is for your own benefit. So to give you just a brief background of what the National Action Plan was. For those of you who are not familiar with the National Action Plan, the National Action Plan was given in 2014 after the massacre of, after the APS massacre. And it was the tragedy of that event actually brought all the different political powers within the country together. And they came on one board, and through a parliament, through an act of parliament, they actually expressed this collective national resolve to address terrorism. And I think in many ways NACTA is actually a product of that as well. NACTA is, the organization itself is a product of that act of parliament. So the National Action Plan initially was a 20-point agenda. I won't go into those 20 points. And later on, just about 3 years ago, those 20 points were refined further into 11 points, and 3 more points were added to it. So I'll actually just briefly just touch upon some of the key highlights of those 14 points that are now actually referred to as the revised National Action Plan. Great. Where do I have to point it? Point it over here. Right. So these are some of the, we tend to divide them into kinetic and non-kinetic. I'm sure you are aware of the difference between kinetic and non-kinetic. Kinetic refers to military responses or military actions, and non-kinetic is basically refers to non-military options. So among the most standout kinetic actions, and I'm not sure exactly, usually this is how it is quantified, that action against the spread of terrorism through media, communication, and cyber networks, whether or not it actually constitutes as a kinetic element of the 14 points. But the reason why it has been incorporated is because over the last several years, we have witnessed a surge of terrorist activity online. Various, not just terrorist activities, but also various extremist organizations that are now operating in the cyber domain. A lot of recruitment within Pakistan and beyond Pakistan as well is actually taking place in the digital domain. And for that reason, I'm talking, this is just in reference to the different extremist and terrorist organizations that are recruiting or corrupting young minds. So for that reason, this element was incorporated in 2021. In addition to that, there has been a reassertion of terror financing and basically blocking of proscribed terrorist organizations. And on this particular front, the National Counterterrorism Authority has actually made significant strides, and the country as a whole has actually come a long way as well in terms of getting the country out of, in terms of getting Pakistan out of the FATF grey list as well. So if you can move on, and then there is the element of illegal spectrum. You must have come across this. I think there's a lot of confusion regarding what the illegal spectrum essentially entails. The essence of illegal spectrum is to refer to this terror criminal nexus. Because whenever you're talking about terrorism, whenever you get into the nitty-gritty of terrorism, you realize that terrorism over a span of time, owing to its longevity, it establishes various criminal networks as well, or the fact that various criminal elements sort of get incorporated into terrorism as well, or tend to resort to terrorist activities as well. So it is in some ways a reference to that as well. So it's talking about, again, extortion, elements of extortion that sort of becomes part of the spectrum that we then refer to as the illegal spectrum. Now, continued in this, these 14 points is capacity building, and capacity building is in reference to the CTDs, the counterterrorism departments all over Pakistan, but capacity building is also beyond. These are again the non-kinetic elements of the 14 points. But capacity building also refers to institutional building all over Pakistan as well. It is about capacity building of different organizations that are operating in volatile regions such as the newly merged districts, and how we can actually uplift those organizations. It also refers to the civil structure existing within those communities as well, so in terms of building their capacity as well. Then we have the Balochistan reconciliation process as well, which was made an element of the 14 points. And it's a significant non-kinetic element which talks about addressing the standout grievances of the Baloch people, the Baloch sentiments, and incorporating that into the policy as well. Then moving forward, we have this legislative legal oversight espionage. There is confusion over it, but this confusion was sort of resolved through the Official Secret Act that came in 2023. The Official Secret Act is primarily about sensitive information that can be leaked out to enemy entities, and for that reason there needs to be a system in place to monitor that. And the last is again dealing with the issue of Afghan refugees. So if I can actually move forward, please, because there's just too little time. So this is just an aggregate of the key performance indicators for the National Action Plan. Please move forward. Just next slide. Next slide. And this is a visualization of the different elements. The red and the brown elements that you see are the kinetic elements of the National Action Plan, outfit and gangs, CFTs, illegal spectrum, and then as far as the non-kinetic elements are concerned, they range from the development of CTDs, merged areas of KP reforms, Balochistan reconciliation, Afghan refugees, and so on and so forth. So I will just actually move on to the National Internal Security Policy document. Now, there are certain elements within the National Action Plan, even the revised National Action Plan, that are somewhat wanting, that need elaboration, and I don't have the time to actually go into the detail of it, but I wanted to link it to the National Internal Security Policy that we have created. NACTA was actually responsible for creating the upcoming National Internal Security Policy 2024-2029. I'm the lead author of this document as well. We have finalized the document. We shared the document with stakeholders, different stakeholders all over Pakistan, and we have received the feedback from different entities as well. And we have tried in many ways to continue the National Action Plan through this new internal security policy document while incorporating certain elements which stand out globally. This is very different from the national internal security policies that we have had in the past. The first national internal security policy that we had was in 2013. It was from 2013 till 2018. The next one we had was from 2018 till 2023. And now we have a new policy in place. Hopefully again, it will go into, I think we are expecting to send, NACTA will send the document over to the Ministry of Interior, and then again it will be deliberated in the cabinet for further approval. But the reason why I'm bringing this to you as well is because, because we have received more or less feedback, we have received feedback from all of our major stakeholders, so now we can actually make the document public as well. So we can get some public scrutiny over the document as well, some of the key elements regarding the policy. And also because it is a continuation of, it incorporates a lot of different elements of the National Action Plan as well. But within the document, as far as the guiding principles and vision of the policy is concerned, we have tried to develop new ideas in the context of, again, relying on our own indigenous values. There are five, basically, the policy can be summed up into 5 core ideas. And those 5 ideas are signified by 5 I's. So we have visualized 5 I's. The 5 I's here refer to identity, ideology, through active indigenization, inclusion, against the backdrop of information. Again, I don't have the time to actually go into the detail of it, but the reason why I'm sharing this is because, well, in some ways, I guess, to introduce you to this new policy that will hopefully be coming out by the end of this year, and also looking forward to getting some constructive feedback on the policy. And again, if you just move on to the last slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the key performance indicators. What you will see is that in the past, our previous policies, the proposed policies, were more reactive. Even the 2013, 2018 policies, it was in response to the APS attack. So it was very reactive. It didn't take into account a lot of indigenous realities, a lot of local context, right? Borrowed ideas, we borrowed heavily from the West as well. We borrowed heavily insofar as the doctrine of counterterrorism is concerned as well. So for that reason, we have sort of moved away from it. You can see that we have quantified it in a sense that you can look at this, that you can look at the key performance indicators are roughly about 68% proactive as opposed to being reactive. And we did quantify the previous policies as well, and the previous policies were largely reactive. Then you will also see a substantial increase in the non-kinetic aspect of the policy as well. The previous policies were somewhat balanced between kinetic and non-kinetic. If anything, the kinetic side was more dominant. But keeping in view the international developments, keeping in view the manner in which the terrorism discourse itself has developed, it was felt that we need to make the policy lean more towards the non-kinetic side. Because it is generally believed within the wider counterinsurgency, preventing violent extremism discourse, that terrorism is a social problem. And if it is a social problem, then it demands social solutions and social responses as well. So we have tried to make the best of it, and we have tried to incorporate as many non-kinetic elements as we possibly could. This includes community engagement programs. This includes directly reaching out to the communities that are directly affected by terrorism as opposed to imposing something upon them. And as you can see, again, the further division of the 5 I's. So it's primarily the most standout I that you see in this is indigenization. It's because we have tried to indigenize the policy overall, the manner in which it is going to be rolled out, and the manner in which it will be applied in society as well. So thank you so much. I'm sorry I had just very little time, but I wanted to just introduce you to what the policy is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilani, for a very brief and detailed and at the same time comprehensive presentation. For any international and regional collaboration and coordination, a state must have a very comprehensive policy at a domestic level. That is what Dr. Dayab has highlighted. He talked about the significance of National Action Plan. He gave the details about the National Action Plan by giving the revised key features of the National Action Plan. He further elaborated new National Internal Security Policy 2024-2029. With this, we are going towards the last presentation of this session, and our last speaker is Dr. Martin Kier, who will be joining us online. The topic of his presentation is "Who has the right to violence? Distinction between resistance and terrorism." Dr. Martin is a lecturer at the University of Sydney with a PhD in international relations. His research centers on non-state armed groups, their decision-making processes, and their use of violence. Dr. Kier's publication includes the book on Hamas and analyzed the intersection of resistance and terrorism. He offered deep insights into the political strategies of Islamist movements in his book. Over to you, Dr. Martin.
Presentation. So when we're looking at political violence in general, there is a lot of definitional problems and a lack of consensus, particularly amongst Western political scientists, as to many of the concepts associated with political violence. Certainly within Western scholarship on political violence, it's very much influenced by the advent of the state, and it is very much state-centric. But it really, when we start to talk about political violence, we really need to make the distinction between what we're actually talking about. Are we talking about interstate violence, so state violence between states, or are we talking about intrastate violence, so violence within the state, and therefore the role the state as an entity plays in committing violence and the legitimacy associated with the state's use of violence. There's also the state violence and the non-state act of violence. And when we start to look more deeply into this violence, we start to see a group of rights and responsibilities, particularly when we start to consider international humanitarian law, which is more actively associated with intrastate violence. There are also distinctions between what is termed physical violence and structural violence. So structural violence is structures within the state that are designed specifically to harm people. For example, economic violence. So there may be policies instituted by the state that deliberately harm sections of the society economically. But within all of this discussion about political violence and some of the factors associated with political violence, the central question revolves around who has the right to use violence and in what circumstances. Now, when we look at terrorism, which is a very prominent form of political violence, again, there is no consistent definition of violence. There are considerable differences in various definitions. 85% of governments seek to highlight the criminality of terrorism because terrorism is used by non-state actors to challenge the legitimacy and the monopoly of violence held by the state, while only 30% of academic definitions actually highlight the criminality. 68% of academic definitions highlight the political character of terrorism, while only 25% of government definitions do. So certainly this revolves around the legitimacy or illegitimacy of any violence that is perpetrated by non-state actors. Despite this, there is some commonalities within these definitions of terrorism. So terrorism as a strategy, not as a concept, has explicit political aims and motives. It also threatens or uses violence. And importantly, it is designed to have psychological repercussions that go beyond the immediate target and the victim. This is why often the state as an entity reacts so violently to acts of terrorism, because it threatens the very existence or reason for being of the state. Terrorism is conducted by well-structured movements and or ideologically motivated individuals. And it is perpetrated by subnational groups or non-state actors. Now, within this, there is considerable debate within Western political science literature as to whether the state commits or can commit acts of terrorism. From my perspective, I would argue that generally a state cannot commit acts of terrorism because it has a monopoly on the legitimate use of force within the territory it controls. So therefore, a state can use violence legitimately. Now, we have limits on that. For example, war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. But until the state hits those boundaries, then any use of violence by the state is legitimate. The only area where I would argue that states' use of violence is inherently illegitimate is where you have instances of where the state is occupying foreign territory. So, for example, I would argue that the United States and other Western actors could be accused of occasionally committing acts of terrorism while they occupied Afghanistan, while they occupied Iraq. And I could certainly make the argument, a strong argument, that Israel is guilty of acts of terrorism within the occupied territories of the Gaza Strip, West Bank and East Jerusalem. But like terrorism, resistance is also a hotly debated term. And again, there is a lot of debate and inconsistency with the definitions. Certainly Baz, Liga and Schultz have said resistance is a response to power from below, a subaltern practice that could challenge, negotiate and undermine power, or a practice performed on behalf or in solidarity with a subaltern position. So resistance is very much, as this definition says, an action by ordinary members of the state against the state. It is a reaction to power. So Michael Foucault, a Western sociologist, would argue that wherever there is power, there is resistance. But resistance is about challenging the power of the state. Now, I would argue there is different types of resistance. Political resistance can be articulating a movement's political message. So we have so-called resistance movements. Participating in politics legitimately can be a way of challenging the power of the state. Equally, there is military resistance, which I think forms the majority of people's understanding of what resistance is about. And that's about challenging the state's monopoly on violence. But equally within that, what we start to see is whether resisting state violence can actually be a form of self-defence. And here we start getting into realms of international humanitarian law. And this is where resistance and terrorism can become closely intertwined, and there's considerable debate. There is also within this what I would term civil resistance. And this is where individuals and civil society can undertake actions that can resist the power of the state. Strikes, non-compliance, political activism, boycotts and protests can all be forms of resistance to the power of the state. But equally we have this question that do we have the power to resist? Certainly Finlay would argue that there is a prima facie case for the right to resist in the face of oppression, that is, unjust domination, harm and discrimination in violation of human rights. Now, this right to resist exists in our understanding of fundamental human rights and international law. It is an inherent quality of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is also an inherent quality of the responsibility to protect, which has the stipulation where if the state is unwilling or unable to stop gross breaches of international humanitarian law, then states and people have the right to intervene to stop that. And that intervention can be a form of resistance. Resistance, or the right to resist, is also inherent in the United Nations Charter with the people's right to self-determination. And therefore the act of resisting any actions by states that are preventing self-determination. Then you have the United Nations General Assembly resolution in 1970, which recognised the right to resist alien subjugation, domination and exploitation. So certainly there is this right to exist that is present in international law. But again, where we come up to problems is who has the right to resist and how can they resist? Do people have the right to resist foreign occupation? And here we start getting into some tricky questions. So do Afghans have the right to resist the Taliban government? Equally, does the Taliban or did the Taliban have the right to resist American and Allied occupation from 2001 to 2022? Equally, did Iraqis have the right to resist American occupation from 2003 to when America stopped in the late 2000s? And certainly from the state's perspective, any resistance by Iraqis was certainly classified as acts of terrorism, where from the Iraqis' perspective, they are resisting foreign occupation. So does resistance therefore equal revolution or rebellion? And here we start to getting into, again, some definitional problems and to what extent states are willing to accept or any non-state actor use of violence. So when we start to getting this linkage there between resistance and terrorism, Max Weber, who was a German sociologist, argues that the state holds the monopoly on the legitimate use of force within the territory it controls. Thomas Hobbes, another famous sociologists would argue that the use of violence by the state is necessary to impose order on an anarchic and brutal world. The state has supreme power and can use violence for its own preservation. So certainly any acts of violence against the state are classified by the majority of Western political science as being illegitimate because it challenges the state's monopoly on its use of violence, and is also a challenge to the state, and is certainly characterised by the state as threatening its own survival. So within the literature and the interpretation of resistance and terrorism, it is the only really legitimate or acceptable resistance is restricted to political resistance. So political participation, if that is indeed allowed or desired, and to equal extent to civil resistance. But certainly violent resistance is always equated to being terrorism, because it challenges the state's monopoly and legitimacy, and is seen or is certainly characterised by the state as a precursor to anarchy. So affixing these labels of terrorism onto groups like Hamas, the Taliban, the Irish Republican Army, the PKK, etc., delegitimates all forms of resistance. So there is no legitimate narrative from a terrorist movement. Everything associated with the terrorist movement is considered inherently illegitimate, and correspondingly legitimates the state's violent and non-violence response. So it deliberately persecutes against the perpetrators of terrorism. So when we're looking at, and then we ask this question, how can people respond to state oppression or repression? And this particular question is relevant to when we start to see the latest war with Hamas. Is this an act of resistance to perpetual Israeli occupation? Or is it an act of terrorism designed to destabilise and overthrow the Israeli state? Okay, so I'll just wrap it up.
Could you please conclude your presentation?
Okay, so I'll just wrap that up there.
Okay, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening the floor for the question-answer session. So if you have any question, please be precise, raise your hands, and the mic will come to you and ask your question. Thank you. Also, please direct your question to the particular speaker with whom you want to get the answer. Also, please direct that.
My name is Huria Siddiq, and my question is not directed to any particular speaker, but my question is that Pakistan has somehow managed the cross-border terrorism, has countered the cross-border terrorism, but it has not recognized the grievances of the minorities in the Pakistan. So, and these grievances has the potential to develop into terrorism or terrorist activities. So my question is that what is and what should be our approach to this issue?
May I? Could you please repeat the last line of your question? And also please tell us with whom you're asking this question.
I said earlier that my question is not directed to any particular speaker, so anyone can answer. And my question was that what is and should be our approach as a state of Pakistan to this issue?
Right. Thank you for that question. And I think there is a general acknowledgement that there are aggrieved parties and there are legitimate grievances that need to be addressed. As a political scientist or as a student of terrorism, I do believe that we have to address political grievances. We have to talk about legitimate grievances. And if legitimate grievances are not addressed adequately, then they can spiral out of control, and then again it could push individuals towards radicalization, extremism, and subsequently even terrorism. I think that's part of the reason why within this, the revised National Action Plan, and as far as the new internal security policy document is concerned as well, we are focusing heavily on the non-kinetics elements of addressing terrorism. And when you're talking about non-kinetics, we are acknowledging in the process, we're acknowledging the legitimate grievances. We are showing willingness to work directly with communities. We are talking about how to prevent violent extremism through creating strategies and ideologies that could allow us to reach ordinary citizens at the grassroots levels. We are devising new programs, and we actually just devised a new module on preventing violent extremism in the context, engaging community and building community resilience in the context of preventing violent extremism. We developed this module that is going to be taught to all government officers in the next, I think we are going to start this in about 2 or 3 months' time. And it is going to be taught all across Pakistan. I have actually given presentations at various government organizations, training centers in Lahore, in Islamabad as well, where we have introduced this module to the faculty, and ultimately this module is going to be taught to government officers who need to prioritize the community leaders, the community elders, especially in remote areas where we see these sporadic episodes of violent extremism, be it in relation to charges of blasphemy, or be it in relation to being radicalized owing to some nationalistic sentiments, or being radicalized owing to religion, religion generally. So we are showing this willingness to address the grievances, and I think the first step towards achieving that is through engaging the community directly. And I think General Inamul Haq Sahab also pointed this out, that with terrorism you have to be patient. And we're beginning to realize that kinetics is not the answer. And if the United States, after fighting 2 decades of war in Afghanistan, ultimately failed, and as a matter of fact, the propped up regime collapsed within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, then we need to also acknowledge that kinetic measures alone, they will never actually transform into something concrete and something substantive, sustainable. And that's why there's this willingness on our part as well, as far as the National Counterterrorism Authority is concerned. And generally, again, it will take some time for the government to realize this as well, that we need to work on non-kinetics, we need to work on preventing violent extremism within the society. And that's a long-term engagement. It will take some time. Thank you.
I would just like to say just 2 things on this. Dr. Dayab has given a very detailed answer. But when we are talking about minority issues, we must remember that minorities and poverty does not automatically lead towards terrorism. So if there are issues, then we have to better restructure our governance approach. State building is required if we want to ensure that it doesn't lead towards people falling victim to terrorism. And that has been the case also what we have seen today in the case of Adila Baloch, who spoke today, who had been taken over by terror groups and had almost become a willing suicide bomber. She has spoken today this afternoon, and one of the major reasons for there had been also been the primary influence in which governance lapses were presented, and people get sucked into this global terrorism industry. So I think it's important for us to understand that there is not a direct linkage between minority issues and terrorism, 1. Number 2, state building is required. And number 3, the key component is that we must have engagement.
Yes, sir, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shan Khan. I am a student of Law Department. My question is from Mr. Inamul Haq, sir. Sir, as you have mentioned that terrorism is a byproduct of extremism. And it's true that terrorist is not just a person who is holding a gun, but indeed it is an ideology, an extremist ideology. And in the second point you mentioned that the loss of equilibrium. So my question to you is that we have seen that the state of Pakistan itself has been very involved in promoting extremist ideologies, such as in the Afghan war, which in the entire Afghan syllabus was being changed to pro-jihadist syllabus. My next question would also be from the same question, that we have seen in the last 5 to 6 months 3 to 4 deaths due to blasphemy. And the state of Pakistan has done nothing yet, or no investigation has been placed on those deaths as of yet. So the state itself, what it has promoted in the past, is now facing severe challenges to control it. As Wali Khan once said, that the fire that we are spreading in Afghanistan will one day come to this nation and we won't be able to control it, and we will burn itself in this fire. So my question is the state really doing anything in order to counter these extremist ideologies or not? And my second question will be from the Chinese delegate. It is that since CPEC, the insurgency in
Please
Baluchistan...
stick to the one question. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think if I understood you correctly, you mentioned that is the state of Pakistan complicit in promoting terrorism? Is it? Is it the question? Okay. You know, when you take an action at the policy level, there are consequences. There are some consequences that you can map out. There are some consequences you cannot map out. You cannot foresee those consequences. That happens. When America came to Afghanistan, sat next to you with 49 countries, it was under a UN resolution. You could not go and you could not look the other way around. You had to be with the rest of the world. And the rest, as we know, is history. There is an argument inside our political circle that we owned a war which was not actually our war. So having said that, yes, there were actions in the past which indirectly or directly led to the promotion of terrorism. That was a policy decision which was taken after the 9/11. However, if I may also go back to a little bit of a literature. Right now, because of the cumulative effect of Al-Qaeda, IS, Khorasan, and all those other conglomerate which is existing at the world scene, Islamic terrorists so-called, the Islamic world is divided into two groups. There is the fringe, and that fringe believes in the Takfiri school of thought. They are Salafist and they are Takfiri. Takfiri means they excommunicate others. They say either you are with us or you are not Muslims. So there is a fringe which believes that we, the non-Takfiris, are to be excommunicated and are to be thrown out of the garb of the circle of Islam. So there is a fringe, a minor fringe, which is very, very extremist, and then there is the majority Muslim like me and you. And this war is going on, and this war will go on for quite some time. This war will be won when we actually make a narrative, make that narrative propagate, and make that narrative known, and make that narrative succeed. That is an effort which we all have to do. The civil society has to do it, the students have to do it, the bureaucrats have to do it, the politicians have to do it. And first and foremost, all of you students, my dear students, you've got to understand what is it like. So until and unless we don't understand this, we will not be able to come up with a response. But basically, coming back to your question, yes, the state of Pakistan was partially complicit in promoting terrorism unintentionally. Thank you.
There is one more question, but it is requested whenever you ask a question, rephrase it. It should be precise and crisp. Thank you.
So we are taking the last question from Mr. Abdullah.
Thank you very much. I will not comment, just brief question from Dr. Martin Keir. Dr. Martin, are you with us?
Dr. Martin, can you hear us?
On Zoom. My question is, if Dr. Martin is not here, because he talked about right to violence, I would like then Dr. Maria can reply to that question, but first we will try to have his views, because he talked about right of violence. So in the context of Kashmir conflict, in the past, this was the Pakistan's case, that the Kashmir's freedom struggle, the armed struggle, is as per the UN Charter and UN resolution is a legitimate freedom struggle. But then suddenly we saw that India successfully in the media, not on UN forum, but in the media, clubbed it with international terrorism. So what is your specific take? You could talk about Afghanistan, the right of the Taliban to take arms, or the right of the Iraqis to take up arms, or Hamas. But my specific question is regarding Kashmir, whether the Kashmiris also have the right to for the fight of their self-determination. So Dr. Martin, otherwise Dr. Mari.
Dr. Martin, would you like to answer, or should I proceed first? Mr. Abdullah, I think till he answers, I'm just going to give it a shot. When we talk about international resistance and we talk about terrorism, there are only two sources through which we can understand the difference between resistance and terrorism. One is in regards to how international law has been framed and how international recognition of states has been understood by the international system. So as per Article 1 of the UN Charter, it says that those people who are fighting for the right of self-determination, they should be aided economically, militarily, and politically. So as far as the matter of Kashmir dispute is concerned, it is pretty clear, because we have not only United Nations Security Council resolutions on it, but we have a very clear understanding that this is something which happened as a result of unfinished part of partition. So it is something in which partition did not close between India and Pakistan. And the rights and the mechanisms through which the Kashmiris were supposed to give their reflection was unfortunately held in abeyance. And therefore, it was decided not by us, but by the United Nations, and the UN Security Council stands testament to it, that the Kashmiris had been fighting for the right of self-determination. And as a result, they should be given the right for plebiscite. So as far as the matter of Kashmir is concerned, international law is very clear, and the international system is very clear. The second is all the debate which we have listened about with regards to terrorism and with regards to resistance. Well, there is only one fine point of departure between the two, between resistance and between terrorism. That is, where do the people sway? If the people stand with those who are fighting for resistance, then the onus is with regards to how the state apparatus gives them that structure of emancipation or not. If the state continues to repress them, and that is what we have seen by the illegal occupation of the Kashmiris by the Indians, and just what has been done latest, according to the 5th of August 2019 issue, what have they done? They have taken away the Kashmiris their right of identity. So it is not even the right to resistance, it's the right to life, the right to identity. And what does it mean in today's world? It means if you have no ID card, you cannot apply for a basic human service, right from your health to your telecommunication, to your right to identity, to your right to existence. So they've made almost all those Kashmiris which were in the Indian occupied Kashmir under permanent residence as invisible, not only to the national state apparatus, which was operating in the Indian occupied Kashmir, but also globally. So this is a question way beyond terrorism and way beyond the right of self-determination. It's a question of international humanitarian law. It's a question of in terms of how it is presented, and most importantly, it's a question in terms of what you would call as a genocide of a different level, where the identity of people is ripped away.
Right. I would actually, I would just add something to do what Dr. Maria has said. Dr. Maria has given again a very legal and a practical answer to the question. And I think it's being a theoretician of terrorism, I feel that I need to point out that your question essentially takes us to the entire debate on one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So where you stand at the moment, again, insofar as picking up rights, the right to arms and the right of self-determination is concerned, is being determined by where you are standing right now. So your perception of whether they should pick up arms in Kashmir, for that matter, is a representation of who you are and where you are from. This is just how things are. And this is, again, the part of the broader debate on, even if you talk about United Nations or if you talk about countries themselves, United Nations doesn't really have conclusive definition. As a matter of fact, it doesn't have a definition of terrorism. And it has struggled over the last several years to come up with a definition, but this is precisely the reason, because for some people, if you consider it terrorism, other people consider it the right of self-determination. So to keep or to make that distinction has been very difficult, and often at times people claim within the discourse that terrorism is basically just something what other people commit, or terrorism is something that your enemies commit. So it's a very philosophical quagmire, to speak very frankly. And whether or not, again, whether Kashmir does this, whether or not Kashmir people have to do that, it depends upon where you're standing right now. As far as you are concerned as a Pakistani or where you're from that perspective, yes. But if you believe in subjective realities, or if you believe, again, the truth tends to be relative, then again, that tends to make sense as well. But the same cannot be extended for instance, where you are standing right now. You wouldn't consider the Kurdish Workers' Party, for instance, as working or striving for independence because of where you stand, because of the position that you tend to take, or we tend to take, towards Turkey as a whole. So it's more of an academic answer to your question, but I feel it's important to actually remember these things as well, that while we may not consider the Kurdish Worker Party or PKK as where you stand right now, you might consider them as terrorists. There are a lot of other countries, European countries and Western countries, and many countries perhaps somewhat in the Middle East as well, who wouldn't necessarily consider them as terrorists.
We have Dr. Martin with us, and he would like to respond to the question. Dr. Martin, please.
About perception. I'm certainly not an expert on the situation in Kashmir, but I would think that it is perception. Certainly the perception amongst Pakistanis is that what's happening in Kashmir is illegal under international law. From an Indian perspective, they have the rights under international law. It is the perception of who is right and who is wrong, and in the application of the law. And whether great powers simply ignore the law or seek to interpret it to their own benefits. And I think that's what they do with resistance and terrorism. Certainly, I think at this stage, if you look at, for example, what's happening in Afghanistan, if there are Afghans who are challenging the Taliban, that would be celebrated by many Western governments for resisting the power of the Taliban, whereas any Taliban efforts to resist the occupation of the United States and other Western powers was viewed as terrorism. And this notion that the state is always right, and Western states in particular have some sort of perceived moral superiority, often colours our perceptions of what is right and what is wrong. But certainly it's your perspective of where you are will colour your interpretation of in situations like you have in Kashmir, like you have in Palestine at the moment. And I think certainly the PKK is another example of whether we see it as a resistance movement fighting for Kurdish rights in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere, or whether it is actually a terrorist movement.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us towards the end of this session. In the end, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our speakers for their insightful contributions. Thank you all for your participation, and I hope this session has offered meaningful takeaways for further discussion. I can see that how much students are eager to leave the hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Saira Basi, all the speakers and the
participants. Now I would like to request both Dr. Adam Saud and Major General Muhammad Saad Khattak to join Dr. Saira Nawaz Abbasi to present souvenirs to the speakers of session 3. And they'll have a group photo as well. First of all, I would like to invite Major General Inamul Haq, retired, former Director General, Foreign Military Cooperation, to receive his souvenir. I would request the speakers to stay on the stage for a group photo. Secondly, I would like to invite Dr. Maria Sultan, Chairperson, South Asian Strategic Stability Institute, University. Our third speaker, Dr. Dayab Gilani, who is Director of Research and Development. Okay, we are also thankful to Professor Dr. Song as well as Dr. Martin Kier for their insightful contribution for session 3.
Thank you so much. I understand that we've been here all day, but it's not just the end yet. Now we begin what we call the beginning of the end. So thank you for bearing with us. I'm extremely grateful to all of the panelists who were with us today, in particular the attendees who were here listening to all of the conversations which were in themselves very riveting. Now we approach the conclusion of this insightful conference, and I for sure can confidently say that all of us will walk away at least a little bit wiser on the subject and will have learned something and will go on to contribute in our respective fields. It has been a remarkable gathering of intellectuals addressing the pressing challenges that Pakistan faces today, and not just Pakistan, globally, what we as a human race face.
To kick off our concluding remarks, I am pleased to invite Professor Dr. Adam Saud, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Bahria University, Islamabad, to share the key findings and recommendations from today's discussion. Dr. Saud's expertise, national leadership, and social science will provide us with a valuable insight into how we can translate our discussions into actionable strategies. I would also like to invite Mr. Guldat, the Director of Research at PICS, to join Professor Dr. Adam Saud on the stage. Along with that, I would like to invite our chief guest for today, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, President NEMA, to join us on the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm really grateful to all the participants, particularly those who have been with us since morning. Thank you very much. Students, I hope you have got the real essence for which we organized this conference, and we are really grateful to PICS for collaborating with us into this endeavor. So far, findings and recommendations are concerned, although there are so many findings, each and every participant, he or she has given very in-depth analysis of the topic that has been assigned to those, and but we have confined them to limited number of findings and recommendations which are more relevant or most relevant to our Pakistani society and state. So the first finding, which time and again has been highlighted by almost all the speakers, that has been the structural pressures which Pakistan is facing, be it the regional or the international. And you know that the structures, they are always having influence on the policies, whether they are the internal policies or the external policies. Secondly, we know that we are a multilingual, multi-ethnic society where we have linkages across the border as well, whether towards our east or towards our west. Therefore, there are chances that the ethnic and linguistic connections, they are also used by the terrorist elements in order to preach their agenda in our society. Thirdly, the counter-terrorism strategies, most of the students and most of the people who had been here, and they were asking the questions about the human rights, civil liberties, whether state of Pakistan is taking the right steps or not. But it is very much evident when you have a situation of emergency. Even if you go to the states which are called as the developed states or the consolidated democracies, when there is a situation of emergency, the constitution is is not implemented 100%, and your civil liberties, they are always at the stake for the sake of greater national interest. Then obviously, the state policies, they have been criticized and discussed very rightly. Not only the political policies, but the economic policies and the social policies, which had a deep impact on these aspects of society. They had also contributed to the rise of extremism and terrorism in Pakistan. So in a nutshell, we can say that the bad governance, consistent bad governance in Pakistan is one of the major reasons for the rise of extremism and terrorism. Then everybody has discussed about the sacrifices and the losses which the law enforcement agencies as well as the civilians, they had to face over the period of almost 3 decades. And then the kinetic and the non-kinetic means to counter the terrorist and extremist tendencies in the country, they had always been discussed. The involvement of the external factors, obviously, they're also very important to discuss over here. We know that whether the states, obviously the adversaries or the not friendly state to Pakistan, they had been contributing, as well as the non-state actors, they are also one of the reasons for the contribution of this menace. Then another finding was that societal support is very important to combat extremism and terrorism, and without the societal support, you are unable to achieve your objectives successfully. And lastly, the social media, the cyber security, and misinformation or disinformation warfare is also carrying the terrorist agenda in Pakistan. So far recommendations are concerned, there's a need to chart out new strategies to tackle new forms of terrorism, obviously. Comprehensive economic, military, political, social and educational strategies need to be formulated to counter terrorism, again including both kinetic and non-kinetic elements. Then focus on marginalized segments of society is very important, where we have seen that they are the breeding grounds or the recruitment grounds for the terrorists. We need to focus on them particularly. Collaboration between state institutions and civil society to defeat extremism and militantism is very important, and rehabilitation and integration of extremist elements is also going to bring the positive results. Public and private partnership is imperative in order to restore peace, security, and stability with sustainability. Judiciary and Parliament need to work in harmony to legislate and implement that legislation to counter the menace of terrorism. National Action Plan, it should be implemented in its true spirit to curb the militant and extremist tendencies in society. And last but not the least, is the regional and international collaboration is imperative to achieve the aforementioned goals and ends. I thank you all.
Next, we have the honor of hearing from our chief guest, Vice Admiral Ahmed Said, President NEMA, for the closing remarks.
Bismillah. Hello. Yeah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My profound appreciation to the Pakistan Institute of Conflict and Security Studies, along with the Bahria University, Faculty of Social Sciences. A group together, they managed a topic which is very, very current, which is very relevant to Pakistan as well as to the globe at the moment. And I think very aptly put across the final recommendations. It was my endeavor to be here in the morning, but because of my own certain commitments, I couldn't, but I had a gist of it, what is going on. My special appreciation goes to the General Asad Khatik, Sir Dean Dr. Adnan Saud, and Adam Saud, with corrections, Adam Saud, and all the participants, those who were here, and all the galaxy of experts who have come here, and especially the our foreign friends, those who have participated, and more so the future of Pakistan, which is sitting in front of me. If they have understood the message clearly, I think we all have made our day. As being expert on the maritime side, my expertise are there, so I would be giving you some example to which I think how the terrorism is need to be defined. I correlate it with the octopus. The octopus has blue blood. Its body is very slim and sleek, and it can go into very, very narrow areas, and you cannot see at sea where it goes. More importantly, 8 tentacles have individual brains, and plus it has one more brain which controls the entire 8 tentacles. If one tentacle is cut, it can regenerate and become a separate body. And it has 3 hearts. When it is propelling fast, so all the heart starts pumping in, otherwise the one heart it is active. So similar is the thing with the terrorism, that in our society, its tentacles are hard to locate. If you cut one, it generates into a complete body. So whatever force is applied by the states, that is to create conditions. But the original root cause always lies in the political or ideological domain. So until unless those things are not addressed, resurgence or coming back of this scourge is always there. And we need to understand its global, regional, and local, as well as the social and ideological imbalances which are creating this terrorism. So for that, until unless it's like a body having a fever or pain. When it goes to the doctor normally goes for immediate intervention to stabilize the body. And after that, it goes into analysis of the root cause. Tests are carried out, and then we hit the root cause, and that's how the element is dealt with. Herein also, the terrorism, and if we talk about the counter strategies, so immediate response from the state or from the higher end is always application of force. But that is to stabilize, that is to bring in place an environment in which the political forces have to come and start playing their role, which is to give a lasting peace. So in our areas, and whatever I think it must have been talked about, how in Pakistan the terrorism started, and how we have had about 5 programs, 5 operations, and now 4 already, and 5th we are into it. But until and unless a lasting peace is not created, that is through political consensus and strategies are devised, the thing will not go down. It's again international, regional, and local reasons needs to be identified. So I have a lot of things to talk about, but we will conclude by saying that as long as we do not, the students which are sitting here, if we understand the ideology of Pakistan, ideology of our religion, ideology of anything and everything which we have in Pakistan, we will not give space to germinate the extremism. And extremism is the breeding ground for the terrorism. So I leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Following the keynote address, I would like to invite Mr. Guldad, the Director of Research at PICS, to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Dad's commitment to research and policy advocacy has been instrumental in advancing our understanding of security issues in the region.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Go back, but I think this seminar would have not been possible without the efforts of PICS, Bahria University, a lot of people working day and night. And especially I would like to thank the audience who remained present throughout the day, especially the students, the diplomatic community, general guests, retired military personnel, civilian personnel who have retired are serving in various capacities. We are very much thankful to all of you for your presence. We are thankful to our speakers who have spared time, gave very insightful discussions and presentations. Those who were present here in this auditorium, and also those who joined us online through various online communication channels. This conference was live on social media, YouTube, like Facebook, and we also added some people from overseas through Zoom link. I'm thankful to all the speakers who were present here. I think in the first session, it was very fruitful discussion. General Khalid Rabbani for his presentation, Dr. Syed Kaleem Imam, Dr. Mohammad Fayaz, Mr. Abdul Basit, who joined us from Singapore, Mr. Ehsan Ghani in the second session, Major General Dr. Ghulam Qamar in the second session, Dr. Farah Naz, who also joined us from Sydney, and General Daya, who joined us from Sri Lanka. In the third session, we had speakers like Professor Dr. Song from China, Major General Amun Haq, Dr. Maria Sultan, Dr. Dayab Gilani, and Dr. Martin Keir from Sydney. Sir, I'm thankful to Vice Admiral Retired Aman Said for your time and honoring us with your keynote address for the concluding session. I'm thankful to a lot of people in Bahria University, starting from the administration, the rector, the director general, and other. But I think the efforts of the department and the faculty of social sciences and humanity and social sciences, led by Dr. Adam Sultan, they deserve appreciation. Sorry, Adam Saud, I'm sorry. I think this was probably the tradition of this session that we should speak the names incorrectly. So I followed that tradition. Thank you, sir, Adam Saud sir, for your efforts. And then Dr. Irfan Kesrani, who is HOD Humanities and Social Sciences. Dr. Fahim Jadoon for continuous efforts and a lot of efforts day and night. Dr. Majid Hussain, आपने चूँकि सारों पे तालियां बजानी है तो मेरा ख्याल मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Dr. Saira Abbasi, Dr. Sadia Khanam, Mr. Fateh Najib Bhatti, Mr. Hakan Ahmed, Mr. Osama Javed, Mr. Faraiba Ahmed, Miss Faraiba Ahmed, Miss Sadia Taher, Miss Amna Siddiq, Miss Asma, Dr. Aleem Gilani, Dr. Umar Hayat, Mr. Abid Sipra, and many more. I think there were many names which were not mentioned here, but we are very much thankful to them. And last but never the least, my own PICS team, my own people who we are serving with. Starting from Abdullah Khan, Managing Director, he made a lot of efforts. I think he is waving his hand. General Saad Khattak for his strategic direction, always guiding us in thick and thin, for your support for the team as well as for this conference. Basically this was the program of the program division of the PICS, but actually everyone within PICS tried to contribute and chip in one way or the other. The finance department, the administration department, the social media department, and everyone actually contributed. I am thankful to every one of you. Thank you very much.
Finally, we have a souvenir presentation and a group photo session to commemorate this event. I encourage everyone to stay for this moment as a reminder of the valuable connections we've made and the important conversations that we've had. So if everyone who participated in the event as speakers or panelists and the guests could come to the stage, we would have a souvenir distribution. But before that, Ma'am Fariba, if you could just announce.
The collaboration between Bahria University and PICS has been remarkable. Before we finally wrap up the session, I would like to invite Major General Saad Khattak on the stage to receive his souvenir from our worthy chief guest, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, President NEMA. Please, sir, join us on the stage. Okay, I would request Major General Saad Khattak to stay on the stage, and Major General Saad Khattak will present a souvenir to Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, President NEMA, on behalf of his organization. We'll have a group photo, sir. I would request all of the members to stay on the stage. Mr. Saad Khattak is requested to present souvenir to Professor Dr. Adam Saud, Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Bahria University, Islamabad. Thank you all once again for your participation, and we look forward to seeing the outcomes of our discussions in the near future. Let's continue working together towards a safer and more secure environment. We would request all the faculty members, organizers to please join us on the stage for a group photo. Thank you so very much. All the organizers are requested to join us on the stage for a group photo. Thank you.